What up? What up, Kick? What up, Kick Chat? I got something for you. I'm gonna have to tell this one. It's never been told before to anybody. Neverbody, anybody. I am such a freaking fake person in real life that I've never told my real, actual story to friends or anybody, to people very close to me. I've not told this story. So I want to tell a story today because I was telling it today and I felt like this is what I need to tell. Telling my real whole story. Get an ice pack to wrap around your phone. Yeah, good idea. Atheists don't watch. Atheists don't watch. Exclamation mark. Send. Title successfully changed. Telling my whole real story. Atheists don't watch. You need to get bots like everyone else. I don't know how to do that. But you're right. I know you're right. I just don't know how. Does that cost money? No, I would never. Wills has 800 bots. Ask him. Is that unethical? Is that ethical or unethical? This one's gonna make you bust out in tears, everybody. Okay, get ready, because I'm not. Well, I'm holding back, but I'm not holding too much back. There's not a lot to hold back anymore. I don't have anything to hold back. Oh. Don't have. Oh, how'd that get way over there? Give me that back. Don't know why that happened. I'm ready. Well, can we get more viewers? How do we promote the channel to get more viewers? How do we get more viewers on the channel? How do we get... I need 50 viewers. I need 50 viewers. I need 50 viewers. Get the Woozuh shirt. Got the Woozuh shirt, okay? Well, I was just telling my story to Buddy Pal because I feel like I am a loser, right? I come back from this thing. I have a car that, like, kind of functionally barely runs. And then I got nowhere to live. I got no money, and my stream gets 30 views. But on top of that, I have all these stream ideas written down. And now that I'm reading them, I'm just like, these are dumb. I don't want to do these. I got all these 300 TikTok ideas that when I made them, they were certified bangers. But reading them now, I'm just like, I don't want to make any of these. I don't want to make anything. So I feel like my content for the next 10 days is just going to be me telling this one story over and over again, but with different stuff in it, like stuff I forgot, stuff I need to add to, because this is really what happened to me, and this is really where I come from. And that's going to be the best live stream that I can do. Posted the link, thank you. Oh, what the heck, Woozuh's back? Yo, what's up, man? Why did they call it oven if you oven the cold food, but you out hot eat the food? Don't know what that says. Did he finally complete his journey? I completed my mission for 2 years with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Mesa, Arizona. Yeah, my mission is complete. Hit me with a congratulations. Can I get 5 people in the chat to say congratulations? Can I get 5 congratulations in the chat? 1, 2, all right, can we get 3? 3? All right, 4, yo, thank you. And can we get a 5th? Can we get another one? 5, all right, we got 5 unique congratulations. Let's try to get 10 unique subscribers. I think we're at like 6 or 5. I'm asking for money, right? This is a dono, give me money stream. Let's just bring this up, and I'll sit tall and look cute. And who's gonna stop me? All right, here goes, right? Please, just $5, exactly. Let's move this up, and that's gonna be perfect. Okay. Well, I've been fake. I've been fake this whole time, all right? How long I've been a streamer? I'm a fake person. I'm a fake person, and I hide things, and I'm mysterious about things, and I don't take anything seriously, and I dismiss things with jokes or short answers, so then people stop asking me questions because I am afraid, okay? I'm afraid. Oh man, let's put the brand up. I am afraid that if I tell the truth, and if I tell people everything that's true and everything about me that is true, that I will be put in the mental hospital, just like Ye, okay? I am afraid for my life that is something that could happen to me. Woo's not looking at the past, he's looking to the future. No, I'm gonna go over the past. Past, okay? Past. Because future I don't know about, okay? And I think about future and it worries me. It makes me feel actually sick in my brain and in my stomach. I lose sleep. I can't go to sleep. And it sucks. I hate things. Oh.
All dressed just subscribed on Kick.
All dressed. Thank you. That's Canadian chips. Those are delicious. I had those on my mission from this Canadian lady. She's awesome. Call Kai. No. This. Look, Kai can call me. The SIM card's in the iPhone. Are you poor? Yes, I'm poor. I am poor. Okay, there. I admit it. I'm poor. Okay, I have enough money that my real plan right now is I'm just gonna rent a room and just veg out for 3 months. Okay, I'm gonna read the Book of Mormon all day long. Maybe read the Book of Mormon like 15 times in 3 months. Has that ever been done before? You know how close to God I'm gonna be when I do that? I'm thinking I'll just read the Book of Mormon 15 times. I'll make friends in my singles ward and just, hey, temple day. Who wants to go to the temple? And just see if I can get like 10 rides to the temple in a week or in a month. And just become this like really powerful spiritual guy, and then like stream when I feel like it. I want to stream like my stream. Going forward, I just want my stream to be like, okay, I'm with someone and I'm streaming with someone like I was with Nano. Or I want my stream to be, how do you say? It's going to be me just sitting here telling this story. And I'm going to tell this story until people freaking understand that what I'm saying is real. And I just got to reveal stuff. I have to reveal stuff because the stuff that's been revealed to me is stuff that I've been allowed to reveal. I can reveal this. It's not like, oh, here's something sacred that you can't tell anyone. No, it's here's something that I told to people and I got freaking put in the hospital. I was put in the mental hospital. Okay, there you go. Confession, come clean time. Come clean time. I was in the mental hospital. 10 years ago. They did that to me. I didn't do anything. They put me in the mental hospital for like 6 days, 8 days. You have mental health? No, I didn't. I didn't have mental health, and they put me in there because nobody would believe me. I knew everything. And nobody would listen to me. Nobody would help me, and nobody would believe me. That's what happened. Paul Town did that to you? Look, I survived Paul Town. I was with Paul Town. Paul Town, I never told Paul Town this story. I never told Bake this story. Never told Kai, Nick, Jimbo. Nobody. Nobody knows. Who knows? Raise your hand if you knew this about me. I was in the mental hospital. They do this to people. They put you in the hospital, and it's freaking messed up, okay? So when Ye's up there and he's saying, they put me in the hospital, they did this to me, I know what he's talking about because it happened to me, and it's real. They put you in the hospital, and you can't get out. You can walk into the mental hospital, hey, I'm freaking out, I'm having issues, I just want to, get on something or talk to the right people so I can feel normal, right? And then you do that, and they don't let you out. They don't let you out. How is that? If I walk into a place voluntarily for treatment, why is it that I can't just walk out? Okay? I'm not suicidal. I'm not threatening people. I'm not threatening other people's lives or their physical harm or anything. And I can take care of myself. I pay my own bills. I wash my own clothes. I tie my own shoes. I get to work on time. I go to bed on time. I brush my own teeth. So there, you have no reason to keep me here against my will when I walked in here willfully. But they do that to people, and they've always done that to people. You can find these stories easily. Psychology is a sham, and the whole field is pseudo-academics. Jewish pseudo-academics specifically, okay? Sigmund Freud is a fraud. The whole field of psychology is based on the idea that a man wants to have sex with his mom, okay? That is real. That's what I learned from the book Culture of Critique by Tom MacDonald. Okay. When I was 18, Donald Trump was running for president of the United States. Okay? It was 2015. There you go, age docs. And I saw Donald Trump give this awesome speech about the southern border. That we have people that come into this country, we don't know who they are. They're illegal. They are criminals, terrorists. We don't know, but also they're taking jobs. Millions of people coming into this country. Why is that okay? Why? Should not be happening, right? And so Donald Trump is giving a speech about sovereignty, about territoriality. What does it mean to be a state? These are problems and nobody's talking about them. That's something that's true, okay? So when I'm 18 and I'm watching this, I don't know politics, I don't know anything, but I see this man get up there and give this speech, and I'm like, this is awesome. This is the greatest thing. Yeah, why has nobody talked about this? Because everybody knows it's a problem. And what he's saying is true. A nation needs to have borders. We should be able to be in charge of who comes into this country. We shouldn't just be having millions of people in this country getting jobs and we don't know who they are. Right? So I watch Donald Trump speak, and it's something that makes perfect sense. Then I turn on the news. I cannot watch the news. After coming back from my mission, I cannot watch the news because it makes me sick. The news goes on and on about Donald Trump, and they say this man is a racist, this man hates Mexicans, this man, he's xenophobic, he hates immigrants, right? All these things. And I watch the news and I'm confused by that. This confuses me. Because everything he said is true. He just said all these true things on the news, on his speech. Like, what's wrong with what he said? That we need to defend our border. We need to have a secure border. We need to deport people that aren't here legally. And then the news is, this is racist, this is homophobic, he hates Mexicans. That doesn't make sense. So I was confused. I'm confused by this. Okay? So I do my own research. I go online. I'm looking for answers. and I go on a website called Politically Incorrect. Who knows what that is? Who knows what that is? Type it in the chat if you know what I'm saying when I say I went on a website called Politically Incorrect. Because that's how I told my story. That's how I told my story. And they'd be like, oh, politically incorrect. That's interesting. They don't know what I'm talking about. All right. 2 people are right and 1 person is wrong. All right. 3 people are right. 1 person says he doesn't know and 1 person is wrong. And now we got 5. All right. We got 5 correct answers in the chat. Yeah. 4chan, okay? Which, this is why they do what they do to 4chan. Because of how powerful it is. It's truth. You know that in 2015, 2016, 4chan was lit. Politically Incorrect poll was lit. You could just go on poll and learn everything and know everything. And there was no problems. Then Trump won, and I think it's the CIA. The CIA goes in there and they're posting like race mixing, like pornography. Oh, white men can't compete, and then the thread just gets filled with stuff, and that's all it is, post after post on everything. 4chan, Israeli intelligence. It could be Mossad. I think it's the CIA. I think it's our own government, but we don't know. We don't know because the CIA is its own country. They have their own sovereignty. They can just do whatever they want. They can kill the president. How about that when the CIA, who was it? I don't know what I'm talking about on that one. John F. Kennedy? Who did that? Mossad, CIA. You go to the JFK shooting monument museum, and these people will be like, it was Italian mafia. It was CIA. And then I said, I think it was Israel. And they're like, no. Okay, bud. okay, maybe not. Who knows? But that's a topic we are not allowed to get into. When October 7th happened, everyone found out. Very good. Okay. But yeah, poll, they messed it up now. They did that on purpose. There's bad actors in there getting paid to ruin things and obfuscate conversation and prevent people from, you know what POLL stands for? It stands for Path of Light. That's what it stands for. Okay, but I'm 18 years old and I'm on this website and I'm just trying to make sense of what's going on. I'm watching Donald Trump and he's saying things that are cool, he's saying things that are true, he's saying things that are right, and he's saying things that are awesome. And on the news, they're saying he's a racist, he's a Nazi, he's this, he's that, and I'm confused. So I go on poll, and they're talking about it's the red pill this and the blue pill that, and I'm kind of maybe I don't know what that is, but I see that they're making a reference to a movie. Right, and I guess a character in a movie has a choice about a red pill or a blue pill. But, and okay, this is where things get real. I'm gonna get very real here. Do you have a car? I have a car, but it's functional, not really. It gets you to A to B, but not for long. It's gonna need new brakes in 1,000 miles. And I'm worried about that because that's going to be $1,000 if I have it done. JonTron 1, good. Okay, so this is what happens. I'm 18 and I'm on this website called Poll. And they're talking about the red pill. The red pill. What's the red pill on blacks? What's the red pill on police? What's the red pill on chemtrails? Red pill me on this, red pill me on that. And so I kind of start to understand the pattern here is that the red pill, this is the truth. The red pill is the truth. The blue pill is what they show you on the news. This is what people believe what they want to believe, whatever you want to believe that's going to make you feel comfortable. That's the blue pill. And so it was after Christmas, but before New Year's in 2015, that I've never told this story. I don't tell this story because it's just like I'm scared. I'm scared if I tell this story that I will be insane and be locked up. So I just don't tell this story. So if I come off as like giving short answers, being dismissive, mysterious, these kind of things, this is the reason, because I don't want to be put in the hospital. I could walk you through doing your brakes. You only need a few tools and a jack. How much would that cost me? How long would it take? Talk you through like on a phone call? Send me a message on Twitter or Instagram if you have it, because that probably would be the smartest thing for me to just do it in the driveway, save some money. But then my friend was telling me that there's a lot of finicky parts on there. So tell us, okay. Okay, so I'm in my bed. It's after Christmas. I'm on Christmas break, right? Senior year. And I'm reading through this stuff, red pill, blue pill. And in my mind, I say the red pill represents truth. What's the ultimate truth? God exists. And when that thought came to me, I knew, and it's perfect. It's a perfect knowledge. I didn't grow up going to church, being religious, being a Christian, these kind of things. And just in that moment, I knew, and I knew perfectly. It was like this. And it was this spectacular thing that moved me. And I started going like this. I was trying to tell my brother, right? I was trying to tell my brother what happened. And I was just going like this. I was like, okay, that's what I did. I was doing that. I was like, yeah, like, I know God exists, and like we can all, like, and I was doing that. And my brother was like, what are you doing? Like, stop doing that with your neck. Stop doing that. He didn't know, he's like, yeah, like, God exists, man, that's good, that's cool. Why are you doing that, you know? And so while I'm trying to explain this to him, and he doesn't know what I'm saying, I just gotta be real here. Can I be real? It's a real story, okay? This is how things happened, okay? I'll just tell the story. This is the story. I want to tell the story. Okay. So I knew with perfect, certain knowledge, out of nowhere. Not faith, not I believe in God, not I think there's a God, just like all at once, perfectly, I know for a fact, absolutely, God exists. And the first thing I wanted to do was tell everybody. I wanted to tell everyone I wanted to tell this. I wanted to tell everyone in the whole world. I wanted everyone to know what I just knew. I wanted them to know it just like I knew it. So I call a friend. And I'm like, oh, I remember what I said. I said, I put all the pieces together. I know God exists. And can we time that guy out? He's being crazy. I put all the pieces together. I know that God exists. And this girl on the phone says, I know God exists. And I'm like, oh no, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. And so that conversation went nowhere. And then I told, look, I'm not trying to, this is how things went. I don't hold anything against anybody. I'm not mad about it. My mom hates how I tell this story, okay? And My parents still think that I'm...
Scar1680 just subscribed on Kick.
Thank you, Scar. I can be your mod, Woozuh. Thank you. I got me. So, let me just mod someone real quick. Mod this guy. That's a good mod. Thank you for the star, subscribe. Can we hit that goal? Let's hit that subscribe goal. Okay, so then I tell my mom and I say, we can all make it to the promised land. We can all make it to the promised land. And I kind of go on and on in circles like this. We can all make it to the promised land. I know God exists, but I'm saying it's like a little more intense than that, right? Like, we can all, like, I'm excited. And so I kind of go on and on like that for like a day and a half. All this stuff. Keep saying promised land. Then what happened was my mom, and I don't hold anything against her, okay? This is how things unfolded. This is just part of the path. Like, if you understand, like, if I wasn't there, I wouldn't have ended up here, and I wouldn't have gotten where I needed to be. So it's like part of the path. It's part of how things end up. And you can't control that. Like, I believe in fate. I believe everything happens for a reason. I believe we will make it to where we need to end up if you know, like, everything happens for a reason. Do people believe that? One in chat, if you believe everything happens for a reason. 2 in chat if you believe that everything's just kind of made up as we go along and there's not really truth to anything. Why were you doing that with your neck like that? Were drugs involved? That's an awesome question. No, I was doing my neck because, like, God just touched my mind, and now I perfectly know that God exists, and that, like, is a spiritual thing. So that was what I was, like, it wasn't me. I wasn't controlling that. That was like a convulsion. That was like something pulling. I wasn't in charge of that, you know? And I was like, you know, with a... That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. I can demonstrate it all day long. That's what it is. And it all goes back to that. You know, if God is going to perfectly confirm something to you beyond shadow of a doubt, like this is something you know, God has the power to make you know something if you're looking for it. And that's what I wasn't, because this isn't like a thing about, I was not looking for religion. I wasn't looking for Jesus Christ or God or anything like that. I was looking for truth. I was looking for, why do the news say that Donald Trump is racist and all this other stuff when he's just saying things that are true and real and cool? That's what I was looking for, and now I ended up, now here I know, perfect, God exists, 100%. This is the ultimate truth, the red pill, the ultimate truth. And so then what happened? So then I'm doing that. I'm trying to tell my mom what's going on, and my dad's out of town on a work trip. But for a day and a half, I'm just going on and on. We can all make it to the promised land. Like, I know God exists, and like, this is, like, I'm saying all this beautiful, cool stuff. Okay, so then my mom doesn't know what's going on. Okay, how do I explain it? Okay. She doesn't know what's going on, and that's fine. She wanted to make sure that I was okay. My mom wanted to make sure I was okay because she's a good mom. I love my mom, okay? She took me into the urgent care and kind of told him what's going on. He keeps saying promised land. He's going on and on in circles. We're not really religious. I don't know where this is coming from. That's kind of what was told to these people. All right, Willie Banga, you get one more time out. I'm telling a story. Time him out for 1 hour while I tell a story. Did she try to institutionalize you? No, she was just nervous. She was worried, and she wanted to make sure that I was okay. Because we are not a household that has religion, and for that to come so powerfully out of nowhere is an unusual thing, and look, I'm gonna spend this whole time defending her or nothing like that. I'm just trying to say, like, I don't blame her. I don't hate her for it, and I don't hold it against her. I love my mom, and she's a good person to me. I like her. I don't have any problems. So then what happened next was, so she takes me into the urgent care, explains, okay, he keeps saying promised land, he's talking in circles, we're not really religious, and I don't know where this is coming from. So the urgent care people go down the list with a bunch of mental health questions. I don't remember any of the questions, to be honest with you. If they thought that they were asking me if I'm like the chosen one, or if they're asking me that if like what stuff is being revealed to me, or if I'm on drugs, or if I'm suicidal. But they were just asking me regular mental health questions, okay? And I'm just like answering them, and I feel like if I just tell these people what happened, they'll believe me, and then everything will be fine. But instead what happens is that they run through all the questions, and then they say, okay, can we want to check your blood. Okay, basically, are you on drugs? Can we look at your blood, and are you on drugs? So I was like, yeah, that's fine, because I felt like if they check my blood and there's nothing in there, then they'll know that I'm fine. So they check my blood, and then there's nothing in there, and then they say, okay, we want to send you in for like further, like to be looked at more. So I go from urgent care to the hospital. Now I'm in the hospital, and I'm on a hospital bed. Now I'm on a hospital bed for what? And they're doing the same thing. They're asking me these questions, these mental health questions, and I'm just answering them the same, because I felt like if I just tell them what happened, then they will understand and everything will be okay. But that just made things worse. So if you ever wondered, why doesn't he explain things? Why doesn't he explain himself? It's because I feel like if I explain myself to people, that they will think I'm insane and put me in the mental hospital. Were you doing the neck thing this whole time? No. The neck thing only like first occurred when I knew that God exists. When I knew, like in that first moment, that's when the neck thing started. So that was only going on for like an hour before, I kind of like settled down. So it wasn't the whole time. So now I'm in the hospital, and I'm answering all these same questions, and I'm like it's all real. I know God exists. And they're like, yeah, we know. Everybody knows that. Everybody, like, that's what they were saying. Everybody knows that. And I'm like, no, but I know. Like, I know. It's not like I believe. I know God exists. And they're like, everybody knows God exists. And I'm like trying to tell this story, and they say, well, everybody knows that. And I'm there in the hospital. I say, do you guys know about the red pill? And they're like, the red pill? What's that? What is that? What are you talking about? So, okay, they don't know what I'm talking about then, do they? So nobody knows what I'm talking about. That's what I'm scared of. Nobody is going to know what I'm talking about, but I'm tired of nobody knowing what I'm talking about. So here I am explaining myself, okay? So the hospital asked me all these stupid questions, checks my blood. So I got my blood checked twice that day, and they found nothing also, all right? That's the thing. My mom said during this questioning, my brother was bipolar, and then, also I admitted, like, okay, yeah, I do smoke weed. That had nothing to do with it, though. That's not where that came from. That it doesn't come from that, it doesn't come from that. That's not either of it. It's like, I knew this. How about just anyways. So, and this is real, okay? This is what hospitals do to people. This is what hospitals do to people. Okay, so I'm on this hospital bed and they say, okay, we want to take you to St. Joseph's Hospital on the 11th floor in Tacoma, Washington, where you will be monitored, and we just want to make sure that you're stabilized. And I'm on the hospital bed. I'm like, oh, that's okay. Like, I'm chill. Like, you know, I'm okay. And they said, you can go, and you can go voluntarily, or we can detain you and you will go involuntarily to the state hospital, and it's a lot harder for you to get out of there. That's what they told me. They told me that, and I'm like, that shook me. Okay, they're putting fear into me now, so now I'm afraid, and I say, okay, I'll go voluntarily, because I don't want to get tied down and be a psycho with the stuff on. So I'm like, okay, voluntarily. So it was after Christmas, and I was in there during New Year's. I remember it because I missed New Year's with my family because they kept me in there when I shouldn't have been. So it was like 6 or 8 days. In December 2015, like January 2016, during Christmas break, my senior year of high school. And what happened was, like, the people, okay, everybody arrives in that ward on a stretcher. Everybody comes in there the same way. And there's people that are like heroin addicts. There's people that are going through like episodes from withdrawals. There's, you know, people that are suicidal, just different kind of people in there, right? I don't know how I fit in with this group. I don't know how I'm not drugs. I'm not drugs. Like the drug, never mind. Well, the drugs I do are like Joe Rogan style drugs. Like, I smoke weed, and that's cool. Nah, that's a joke. That's a joke. Joe Rogan. We'll get into that later. But no, so I'm in this hospital just because I believe in God, or what? I don't even, because before anything, that's what it was. I know God exists, and I'm going on and on about it. And in the hospital, I'm going on and on about it for a couple days. And so here's how it works in the hospital is, you go to group, which is where, you know, all the people kind of meet, and we talk about, okay, what are our goals for today? What are the things we plan to accomplish? And I said, well, I'm going to read from the Book of Truth. I said, Book of Truth, what's that? And I said, the Holy Bible. Sounds very similar to weed-induced psychosis. Yeah, but if it was, like, why would that be something that sticks with me for 10 years? Like, and why would that, because I wasn't high when that thing first took place. Like, you know what you know. And that's why I told the atheists not to watch, because they're going to say stuff like that. No. That's a dig. I hope. No, because I told this story during my mission to this lady, and she said the same kind of thing. And so you might be an atheist, you might not be. But what I'm trying to say is, so I'm in the mental hospital. That's what happened. I'm in the mental hospital, okay? And I don't know why I'm in there, but my goals are just to read the Book of Truth, okay? Everybody's goals are like, I'm going to take care of myself. I'm going to say some nice words about myself, these kind of things. And I'm just in there like, okay, I'm going to read the Bible. And of course I'm talking to like the other patients and this kind of stuff, and that's kind of another story. Well, no, I'm just going to keep telling the story, and then I'll tell more about the story, and then like all the details will kind of connect, because someone just said, okay, no, that's kind of an aside. Should I tell that part or not tell that part? No, I need to keep going. So in the mental hospital, every day you get to meet with a doctor, and the doctor prescribes you a medication, and you're on that medication. When I was in there, this is true, okay? I'm just telling truth. They would prescribe me a medication for 1 day. 1 day I'd be on a medication. And then the next day, you meet with the doctor again, and they say, okay, how was it? How'd it go? Do you like that one? And if you don't like it, they just put you on a new medication. Which, how are you going to see if a medication works and if it's good after one day? That doesn't even make sense. So they put me on this medication. So one of them was I think lamotrigine, another one was Seroquel, and then another one was lithium. And so and it's just like, okay, this one, you don't like this one? Okay, we're gonna put you on this one. And it's day after day, a new one. And okay, keep in mind, I am a weed smoking high school teenager. So I think maybe they'll give me something that will like get me high, make me feel good, it'd be funny. That's cool, right? That was how I felt. Not anymore. After what happened, never ever, okay? Because like 3 or 4 days into it, they prescribed to me lithium. And the lithium made my heart pound like at midnight. At midnight, it made my heart pound, and I was like in my bed with my shirt off. So I'm like shredded and everything from wrestling. And I'm like telling the nurses like, hey, I feel like I'm having a heart attack and like I'm scared. And the nurses are like making fun of me, like laughing at me. And I'm like, they're like, well, you're in a hospital, so it's like the best place to have a heart attack. And they're like laughing. But then one of them made some comment about like me with my muscles out. And I was like, can we please stop with the sexual harassment? I'm actually afraid right now. And yeah, arrest all nurses and doctors. This is why I don't trust nurses. I don't trust doctors, because they do this to people and they think they know better, and their brain's all big from how much stuff they know when they don't know anything. They don't know anything, and they don't know what they're talking about, and they're stupid, okay? Like doctors, you don't have to be a smart person to be a doctor. A doctor just means you went to school for a long, long time. So you know a lot, but it doesn't mean you're smart. And flip. And the other part about it is nobody becomes a doctor because they want to help people. Nobody becomes a doctor because they want to help people. You become a doctor. Nobody goes to school for 12 years, for 14 years, for 16 years because they want to help people. You do that because you want to make $250,000, $500,000 a year. That's fine, but don't pretend like you're trying to help someone. You're not. You're freaking gay. You suck. You're evil. You're evil, and you're hurting people, and you're making money off of it. Freaking idiots. So that happens to me. I take that lithium, and my heart is pounding at midnight, and I think I'm gonna have a heart attack in that hospital. And I meet with the doctor the next day, and I tell him what happened. I say, this one I really didn't like. It made my heart pound. I had a reaction to it, and I'd rather not. And then so the doctor says, okay, well, what about this pill? I can give you this pill, or I can give you this pill. This pill will make you feel better. And I was like, yeah, I think I just rather. I don't feel like I want to take pills right now. And he's like, well, I could give you this pill. And then I'm like, no, I think I just need a chill pill. And this Vietnamese doctor, he goes, oh, you want chill pill? I could give you chill pill. Whoa, man. That freaked me out. That's how he spoke to me. Why is this Vietnamese doctor speaking to me like he's a drug dealer? And so when he said that, I was like, okay, no more pills. I'd rather not take any pills. And these freaking nurses and doctors in this hospital went off on me for that. They were like, okay, so now you are refusing medication, and we are going to call your parents and tell them that you're refusing medication. And I'm like, go ahead and call them. Like, what? What do you mean? Like, I'm like, I'm an adult. What, they're going to call my parents and tell them that I'm refusing medication? Like, I'm not a medication person. I don't take medication. Why would I? What does it matter? I'm refusing medication. That was so weird. They threatened me like that. They did that, and I told them to do it, and then they did. and then nothing happened. Flip them. I hate these freaking hospitals. They're stupid. They press you. Yeah, they did. And it freaking didn't do anything because they're gay. And so then, okay, now I'm in this hospital and I'm like, okay, how do I get out? They give you a pill and they want you to be on a pill for 2 or 3 days, and let's make sure that you're stabilized. Let's make sure that you're stabilized, right? That's the word. We want you to be stabilized. And so what does that mean? Stabilized, it means acting normal. Can you act normal? So this whole time I'm in this hospital, I'm reading the Bible the whole time. I'm going on Jesus and God, and he's coming, and this is God's kingdom, and this is the promised land, and just saying all this cool stuff. And then I just figure it out, and other patients kind of help me. I just gotta act normal. Don't talk about that stuff. Don't say these kind of things. Just kind of do your chores, take your shower, wake up on time, eat your meals, and then everything will be okay. So I'm in this mental hospital for like 2 days. No medication, and I stopped talking about it, and I'm acting normal. And now the staff are saying like, yeah, he's acting normal. He's very like agreeable now. He's doing good. I meet with the doctor, and the doctor wouldn't sign my papers. Okay. The doctor, I think probably how it worked was like he told me to give it one more day. I think he wanted me to be in there one more day, and I was like, okay, like I'm good. And then the next day I was like, okay, it's been one more day. I think I'm good now. I'm ready to be released. Can you please sign my discharge papers? And the doctor refused to sign the discharge papers. And so now I'm in there and I'm like freaking mad. I'm so angry. And I just start swearing. I'm like, F you, you mother effer, F you this, mother effer, just like walking through the ward and just I'm like, this mother effer won't sign he needs to sign my effing discharge papers. And yeah, he wouldn't do it. But then then I was walking up and down swearing, and they say, okay, Jared, they signed your discharge papers. And then I stopped freaking out after that. Okay, my mother came and picked me up, and you'd think it'd be chill, but it wasn't that chill, because then I had left the hospital. They gave me a prescription to Seroquel, and Seroquel just knocks you out. Okay, it knocks you out the first time you take it, and then after that it just makes you feel stupid. That's all it does. It's an antipsychotic. But I ripped up the prescription to Seroquel and I flushed it down, and then I ripped it up. I threw it away. I didn't want to take Seroquel. And then what happened next was, okay, now I'm out of the mental hospital. And what happened was my family felt like I'm unwell. I'm unwell. That's what they said. You are unwell. And what happened was they took me out of my classes at school. They took away my keys, so I couldn't drive, couldn't go anywhere, couldn't go to work. And then I couldn't also go to wrestling practice at high school, so I couldn't do anything. I'm stuck at the house. I'm stuck at the house, but here I am. Okay, I know God exists. I know this, and I know this perfectly. What do I do? And what am I trying to say? So okay, when you know God exists, when you know for sure that God exists, what do? You read His Word. You read His Word. So for like 2 or 3 months, I'm sitting on the couch and I'm just reading the Bible. It was the New International Version I read. And I read the whole thing by myself, okay? And maybe I'm getting stuff out of it, maybe I'm not. But when you read the book of Genesis, there's a lot of idioms in there language, from English. There's a lot of idioms in there. There's a lot of stories in there where it's like, oh, that's why we say this in our language. That's why we say things are like that, and that's why we use this metaphor to talk about stuff. So I learned a lot through that, but not really understanding fully what's going on. Just kind of reading it to see what's good. Then after I finished the Bible, I walked to the library because still didn't have my car keys. So I walked to the library and I checked out a copy of the Quran in English. All right, this is where I'm going to start to lose people, but please stick with me, okay? Because this is all true stuff, and this isn't. I didn't start out with this being my intention about what this is, but that's where it's going to lead, and you're just going to have to be okay with that. Turn up the volume. My bad. Did you get the Talmud too? That's a good question. But anyways, okay. So I read the Bible, and I read the Quran, and then the next thing I do is I say, what do the Mormons believe? And so I put my address on the church website. We will bring you the Book of Mormon for free. And I could tell. Yeah, I could be serious and full and telling with all this stuff. Because there's some details in there that I don't know if they're sacred or not, or if I can reveal them or not reveal them, because I've just not revealed any of them for 10 years. For 10 years, I've been afraid of this entire story, and I've just kept as much of it to myself as possible. But then I go on a mission and they say, how did you join the church? So now I have to I don't know if I start from the beginning. And then I learned okay, when you tell that story, you skip talking about the mental hospital and you skip talking about being on weed, because otherwise they're gonna think that story is about weed or that story is about the mental hospital. It's not. It's about something real. And so I get the Book of Mormon. Oh, wait a minute. What would that be? It's in here. Yeah, this is this. I think it's this. Yeah, because that has a 253 number on it. That's incredible. Okay, that's cool. This is the testimony of Jared Noble. This is epic. Yeah, it is. It is. And I'm just going to do this for 10 days until Donald Trump calls me up so I can hang out. Okay. So I put my address on the church website to request a free copy of the Book of Mormon. And well, I thought they were just gonna stick it in my mailbox and then I could have it, right? But what they did was they send 2 sister missionaries to my home, and they talk about this story, and they say what is God's purpose and plan for our lives? It's we came to this earth to get a body, and God wants us to have babies and families, right? And it's these 2 beautiful, sweet girls, sweet white girls, telling me this story. I would be lying if I didn't admit that sold me partially, just a tiny bit, right? I was partially sold on that point a little bit, right? But not the point that I was sold on. It's I'm not going to be sold on that, but it's hey, this is a good argument right here, Everything else, right? But this is a really good argument, and I'm going to be making this argument a lot on my stream. And then they tell this story. Joseph Smith sees all these different religions in 1820, Methodist, Baptist, Presbyterians, and they all believe the Bible. They all believe Jesus Christ, but and they all prove their point by the Bible. So how can this one prove it by the Bible and this one prove it by the Bible? They can't all be right. And so Joseph Smith reads in James 1, verse 5, "If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth them not, and it shall be given him." What that means is if you don't know something, you can ask God. And Joseph Smith read this, and it really touched his heart, really powerfully, more than anything. But anyways, and then what happens next is he goes to the woods by his house, and he kneels. He kneels down to pray out loud for the first time. And what follows is he says, "I saw a pillar of light exactly over my head, above the brightness of the sun, which descended gradually until it fell upon me. When the light rested upon me, I saw two personages whose brightness and glory defy all description, standing above me in the air. One of them spake unto me, calling me by name, and said, pointing to the other, This is my beloved Son, hear him." And so that's what's called the first vision, that God the Father and Jesus Christ appeared to Joseph Smith as two separate beings. That's something that struck me. That struck me in that first lesson, because all these other churches teach that God and Jesus is the same person and it's a Trinity. And so for God and Jesus to appear as two separate beings was something so logical to me that, and I'm someone, keep in mind, like I just finished reading the Bible. I just finished reading the New Testament. There's parts in there where Jesus goes off alone by himself to pray. All right. And he prays to God the Father. Who does Jesus Christ pray to? That's not the same person. He's praying to someone outside of himself. They're two separate beings. And but this is not a theological argument stream. I'm just saying, like, this is what happened, and it was something that made sense to me. But they didn't get me right away because, let's see, I'm going to say nice things because they're called of God, right? So what happened was the sister missionaries, they left me with the Book of Mormon, and they left me with a pamphlet, right? And they said, we want you to read this pamphlet, and we want you to read 2 pages of the Book of Mormon, and then you will, Jesus is God. Well, we believe that too. If you go to Mosiah 15 in the Book of Mormon, it explains it for you. It's kind of tricky and hard to explain, but they're both God. They're all God. The Holy Spirit is God also. But I don't have time to really get into that. So the sister missionaries explained to me that if I will read the pamphlet, and then if I will read 2 chapters or 2 pages of the Book of Mormon, and then pray, that God will confirm it to me through the Holy Spirit, and I will know that it is true. And so I did everything they told me to do. I read the pages, I prayed about it, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. And so I kind of looked it up a little bit, not too deep, but I looked it up, and they said, like, you will get that warm, it was like a Reddit argument. The missionaries tell you that you're going to get that warm, fuzzy feeling. They're being snarky about it. It was gay. And I was like, okay, whatever. But then what happened was they came and they gave me the next lesson. And they asked me, okay, so did you read it? Did you pray about it? And yeah, I did. Okay, do you know that it's true? And are you ready to get baptized? And it wasn't, are you ready to get baptized? But it was, we are having a baptism on this date. Can you prepare yourself by then? And I was like, no, like I couldn't, because this book is 531 pages long. How? 531 pages, right? Yeah. 531 pages long, and so what? I'm gonna read 2 pages, and I'm gonna know that it's true and get baptized. That's where they lost me. They lost me on this one. They lost me on this one, and it took a couple years. And I don't hold them. I don't hold it against them anymore. I did before at the beginning of my mission. I was like, man, those sisters, they shouldn't have dropped me. That was stupid. But I see now that this is just the way things are supposed to be. And so then they give me the next lesson, and it's the same thing. Did you read it? Did you pray about it? Do you know it's true? We're having a baptism on this day. Can you be prepared by then? And yes, yes, no, no, no. Right? I didn't get nothing when I prayed about it. So then what happened next was then the last time I spoke to them. The last thing that the sister said to me was, do you believe the Book of Mormon is the Word of God? I don't know. Do you believe that Joseph Smith is a prophet? I don't know. And then they left. They left, and I never heard from those sisters ever again. And after serving as a missionary, it's like, and also I went to church one time during this little espionage kind of thing, where I did go to church one time. So it's like I'm doing everything that they're telling me to do, including going to church on my own, in my own car, which if you serve a mission, like, you understand how big of a deal that is. The people we invite to church never ever have their own car. They always need a ride. So for me to go to church in my own car, like, I feel like I should have been seen as like this committed golden person. But my real conclusion after serving a mission for 2 years is that, like, this is me being charitable. This is me giving them the biggest benefit of the doubt possible, is that maybe the Holy Ghost spoke to these sisters and said, it is not his time yet. Like, give him space. Let him go, right? But, so they stopped coming. They stopped coming completely. And I'm like, well, I guess I gotta just like read this book. I never told them stop coming. I never told them don't call me. They just stopped, and that's fine. So the Book of Mormon, I read it like 100 pages in. I read 100 pages into the Book of Mormon, and it's like it's confusing to me, right? I get about 100 pages in, and there's so many things in there about place names, people names, and you don't know what's important, what's not important, and it's real confusing. And they told me that the Book of Mormon is about a people that came from Jerusalem to the Americas. And so I'm reading this book, and it's talking about these people went to this place, and these people went to this place, and I don't know if they're still in America, if they're still in the old world, or if they're in America. And I just got totally lost doing it on my own. I just like got lost, and I was like, well, I don't know. I guess I don't know. So I put it down, and never read that book for two and a half years. Like 2.5 years is the real number, if you want to know. It was 2.5 years. That's the real number, okay? 2.5 years. So what happens during that 2.5 years? 109 viewers. Hey, everybody buy a sub. We're trying to hit that sub goal. Everybody, I need 10 people to put 10 credit card numbers so I can have 10 unique subs, so then I could get the check mark. Yeah, 109. What happens when 109 becomes 110? Ha. Okay, so 2.5 complete years go by, and this book is just sitting on the shelf. And so what happens in the meantime, in between time, during that period? Donald Trump becomes the president. I get really into like political stuff, going to college, doing political, not political, but like I did wear a MAGA hat at college. Of course, I get my truck back, I get my work back. I'm just like working and making money, and the thing that I enjoyed doing then was smoking weed And then what I learned how to do was get girls. Okay, I figured out how to make my Tinder bio and what pictures to put. That kind of makes. I'm not like an expert. Okay, I'm not gonna say that, but I'm gonna say like I can't say anything because I don't want to be an evil person and give people secrets about how to do that. But what happened? So anyway, so I'm having sex with girls, right? That's what it was. I'm smoking as much weed as I want, and I'm having sex with girls, and I feel like I just have everything that I've ever wanted. But then what happened was, like I had this girl that was like, we're friends with benefits, okay? And she's just an average girl. She's 5'5", 170, like, you know. And how much detail can I go into on this one? Can I get some money before I? This is kind of average. Yeah, average America, average 5'4", 170 pounds. That's real. Okay, but anyways, like she was down for it, right? And she's on birth control, and she is way into it. She's ready to give it to me whenever. She's ready to give it to me whenever. She had a car. I could tell her to come over, and she would. Okay, I'm 20. She's 21. She could go to the weed store in Tacoma, Washington, and buy anything I wanted, which was dabs. Dabs, okay? We're not gonna get into that, what that is. That's weed. but I'm having sex with this girl, and you know, I do it and I come, right? But then she's like convulsing at this huge giant big orgasm, and it's like 40 minutes later her legs are still quivering, and I'm like, man, like she is getting way more out of this than I am. She's driving 40 minutes down here to do this, and like, what am I getting out of this? It's just the same thing every time. And so I just felt like I was just like getting the short end of the stick on this one. And and what happened was I just said, like, okay, what am I doing to get closer to the Savior? Because I remember what happened, like, you know, that always stuck with me. I always knew God exists. And when you know that, it's not, what am I trying to say? Like, okay, you know God exists. What am I trying to say with that? What do you get out of that, though? If you know God exists, what does that get you? You're not afraid to die. That's it. That's the only thing. So for 2.5 years, I'm not afraid to die. But there's got to be, like, why would God put this in my mind and he wants me to know that? I've only told that part of the story and been so real with one person one time. Actually, another time. And that was a real spectacular time. I'll tell you what happened. So then what happens next is I just felt like the Book of Mormon, I'm going to read this book, and if there's no problems in it, if there's nothing weird, if there's nothing gay, if basically, like, okay, this book is 531 pages. How do I know that one of those pages doesn't have a line that says Jared Noble is gay? And then what? I'm going to join this church and this is the word of God and it's the perfect truth? That's what I was looking for. That was the main thing I was looking for. So I just sit down and, like, I'm determined, and I read this book. It takes me like 3 weeks or so, whatever. And, you know, the whole time in between, like, so I'll read the book 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 20 pages, whatever. And then I'll smoke weed, and then I'll call the girl, have sex, blah, 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 whatever. But, and so I read this book, and I don't know what's going on, but I'm like, I'm going to read through this book and make sure. And so, like, if there's no problems, if there's not an issue, like I just said, if there's no Jared Noble is gay, then that story that they told me about Joseph Smith and the church, the true church of Jesus Christ, being brought back to the earth in the last days, that story makes enough sense that it's probably true. And so I'll read this book, and if there's no problems, then I'll do it. That was pretty much, that's like the basic. There's something more to it than that, but I'm not going to say that part. And so I'm reading this book, and it's not until this page. This is like the most important scripture in the world. But in Ether chapter 3, it's 493 pages into the Book of Mormon. So like I'm actually committed to doing what I said I'm going to do. There's this do I explain the whole thing? I guess I explained the whole thing. Nobody knows what this is. Okay, this man, his name is the brother of Jared. Okay, hint on that one, right? The brother of Jared is commanded by God to build ships that are like they're basically like wooden submarines, and take his family and his brother's family and his neighbor's family, and they're commanded to go across the ocean, all right? And the brother of Jared says to the Lord, how are we going to have light in the ships when we're crossing the waters? Because there's no light in there. And the Lord says, well, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? And so the brother of Jared goes into the mountain, and he moltens out of a rock 16 glass, basically clear stones, that because there's 8 vessels, so he wanted 2 for each vessel. And he says, Lord, you have the power to do everything. I know that if you touch these stones with your finger, that you can make it so these stones emit light, and that we can cross the waters. Yeah. Okay, I'm telling my whole real life story, okay? So the brother of Jared is asked the Lord to do this. So the Lord touches the stones, and he's in the cloud, right? He's in the cloud, and he's touching the stones. And then the brother of Jared sees the finger of the Lord. And it says, and because of the knowledge of this man, he could not be kept from beholding within the veil. And he saw the finger of Jesus, which when he saw, he fell with fear. For he knew that it was the finger of the Lord, and he had faith no longer, for he knew, nothing doubting. That scripture hit for me, all right? Because I was probably gonna do it either way, but like when I saw that kind of brought some belief into my heart, right? Which was that this man like really had this belief. He believed in God. He had faith in God. He thought that there's a God. But then when he actually saw the finger, it says he had faith no longer, for he knew, nothing doubting. And that's what happened to me. I knew. It wasn't faith. It wasn't I believe. It wasn't I think. It was I knew. And there's nothing in the Bible that makes a distinction between this person has faith in God and this person has knowledge of God. Wherefore, having this perfect knowledge of God, he could not be kept from within the veil. Therefore, he saw Jesus, and he did minister unto him. So he knows God exists. That's what happened to me. And nobody would believe me. Nobody knew what I was talking about. But that's what happened to me. Because this is the very thing that I tried to explain to my family, to my brother, to my neighbor, to nurses, and to doctors, right? That I know God exists. Nobody knew what I was talking about. So when I read this, and it's in the Book of Mormon, and it's in English, like nobody knew what I was talking about. And this is not something that the Bible talks about. This is not something that the Quran talks about. This is only in the Book of Mormon. When I read that, I said, I just felt like if Joseph Smith wrote this book to tell a story or to make money or to scam people, that he would not have included that. If this was made up, you wouldn't make that up. That's not something you can make up, because if it's not in the Bible, you can't just make it up. How would he make that up? It would, like, he could not have made that up. And I just really, really felt strongly, like, I really believed that. So then I finished reading the Book of Mormon, right? And I still had this bookmark. See, now I have an artifact to prove it. Isn't this amazing how I kept this over these years and years? But, well, I won't dox anything. Well, anyways, look at that. Boom. So this bookmark still has the phone number for the missionaries on it, right? From 2.5 years ago. So it's going to be different missionaries at this point, but I still had the bookmark. And so when I finished reading the Book of Mormon, I texted that number and I said, hey, I want to be baptized. And they were like, oh, hey Jared, like, okay, we're coming. We're in Olympia right now, so we'll be there this evening. Does that work? I'm like, yeah, that's fine. And so they come and they teach me that first lesson, and I'm like, yeah, I believe that. I believe all of it. I believe it. Then the next time they come, and it's the sisters and elders. So they were passing me off to YSA. If anybody's a missionary, you'll know what that meant. But I was being passed off to YSA. And what happened was then, so now I have these two elders, and they teach me the rest of the stuff. And I go to church that week, and they say, okay, you will get baptized next Sunday. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, okay, who do you want to baptize you? And I was like, I don't know, you? And he's like, me? And yeah, so I got baptized by the elders that taught me the lessons, okay? And when maybe, should I leave this out? Should I leave this out? I shouldn't leave this out, because if someone serves a mission in the future, and it was something special to me that I always told people that were getting baptized, but I didn't know that this was like something that's a super huge big deal kind of thing. I just felt like, yeah, I'm going to the church, I'm gonna get baptized. And but then like, so I didn't like invite anybody. I just went to the church and got baptized. I don't know if it would have made a difference or well, like, it probably would have, but like, they should have told me to invite my family. That's all I'm trying to say. But they didn't, and that's on them. So, but I'm not mad. Okay, I'm not mad. So then I go to the church and I get baptized, and it's super cool, and it's awesome. Then I make friends in the singles ward at church, and I'm called to be a ward missionary. And a ward missionary means like you help with missionary work in the ward. One thing that I had the opportunity to do was go knock apartment doors with the elders on Monday nights. And I'm just talking to these guys, and they're talking about, after our missions, we're gonna go to UVU and find our wives. Because I'm telling them, like, what kind of girl do I want? I want a girl that's tall. I want a girl that has green eyes or blue eyes. I want a girl that's white. And they said, bro, that's every girl in Utah. So then I just kind of decided, okay, I'm gonna go to Utah then. Yeah, no K names. So I just signed up for college in Utah because what also happened was when I first joined the church, I don't know who it was. I don't want to name names or say who it was because it was somebody, but and they like made a mistake here. But then again, it's fine because this is just how things work out, right? We believe in fate. We believe everything happens for a reason. When I first joined the church, they told me about a mission. What is a mission? Here's something that you can do after you've been a member of the church for a year. This is something that you have the opportunity of doing, right? And so my only question was, is it a requirement? And they gave me the wrong answer on this one. I'm finding out. I didn't find out till years and years later. Okay, they gave me the wrong answer because what they told me was, this is something you pray about, and if you feel like you are called, then you go. So I prayed about it, and I got nothing. So I decided, oh, okay, I'm gonna move to Utah and marry a girl then instead. And that's what happened, okay? I didn't marry the girl. Didn't get no girl, okay? Chill out. All right, wait and see. We'll see what happens. Just wait for whatever happens. But don't worry about that, because it's not in this moment, even if it is. It's a wait and see kind of thing. But I moved to Utah, went to college, was going to college. My hair was real long, and I think I only went on a couple dates because I'm very particular. Like that stuff about K-names, that stuff about the eyes can't be brown, and also like the girl has to be pretty too, you know? Like a girl could be tall and white with blue eyes and then just like not be pretty. Or she could be pretty but like not in the way that I think she's pretty. Like a different kind of pretty. Like I'm particular. And the word is choosy, okay? I am choosy. I'm not picky. Picky's weird. I'm choosy. Choosy's cool. So I never found my eternal companion at college. But one thing that's particular, one thing that did happen at college is Charlie Kirk. I can't actually, no, because then I have to add another detail and make it a different story. So I can go back in time if you want, but I said I'm just going to keep telling this story over and over again on the live stream, or I'm just going to be hanging out with people because I don't want to do anything else. I don't want to make these TikToks I wrote down. I don't want to do these other weird ideas that I wrote. I just want to like make new friends, talk to people, talk to old friends, hang out, and then like tell this story. I don't want to watch the news. I don't want to get into politics because it is all trash. All the media is trash. All the news is trash. Shopping is trash. And nothing matters. And I just got rid of a bunch of stuff on a live stream. If you watched the earlier live stream, I just freaking donated like $100 worth of Gokus because they're trash. Okay? They're not trash, but it's like, man, I don't care about this stuff. Why do I have this stuff? I have to bring this with me The stuff binds you down, man. Now you have to bring this with you everywhere you go. Why don't you just leave it and then you can go anywhere? So that's what I just did. I went through all my stuff that was in my car, and it was like a bag and a half's worth in a box of junk, right? And I got rid of all that. Then today I went through it again, and it was like 2 garbage bags and a handbag worth of more junk. And so now I just have 2 suitcases, a tote, and like 1 big bag of clothes. That's manageable. That's good. Did you get some new clothes? No, I just have the same clothes from before, but they're nice clothes. I got good taste. It's good. I'm glad that I was looking out for myself on that one. But back to it then. So what was I saying? I moved to Utah, never found my wife. Then COVID hit, so I'm in like a singles ward, and then I do this other job, and I'm kind of away from the college. And so if you're in Utah and you're trying to find her, don't go to a singles ward away from the college. Go to the singles ward at the university, because that's where the young cuties are. If you go somewhere that's farther away from the college, it's weirdos. And that's all I'm gonna say. And it was when COVID hit, and then so COVID hits, I moved back in with my parents, finished my degree online, then political science. And then what happened was the election was stolen from Donald Trump. Maybe I get into this part now. This is good stuff too. So in the meantime, in between time, okay, I went to that school, and when I went to that school, I had not been on poll, I had not been on politically incorrect in a long time. But I'm walking around at school, and there's a sign on the vending machine, and it says, "It's okay to be white." And I'm like familiar with that. I know that meme. So I go on poll that night after having not gone on it for months and months. And what happened was it was the same time Groyper War was going on. So I got to go back in time even more. Man. And people are gonna think I'm crazy if I say that part. So maybe I don't. Yeah, I'll skip that part. Anyways, it's okay to be white. It's on a vending machine, and then it's Groyper War. I hate Charlie Kirk. There, I'll say that. I can say that part. I hate Charlie Kirk for something very personal and messed up that he did to me, and it's freaking awful. You owe me one. How about I just say that? Charlie Kirk, you owe me one. Charlie Kirk, you owe me one. That's how I'll meet the president. I'll do it that way. Charlie Kirk, you owe me one. It's on video. I can prove it. F you. Okay, but anyways, so it's okay to be white. It's on a vending machine. I go on poll, see what's going on. Oh man, I wonder if the liberals are freaking out because it's on a vending machine. And then I see it's Groyper War, and it's Nick Fuentes, and he's just cooking Charlie Kirk. And he's laughing, and he's calling him gay. And it's funny. It's the most awesome thing. It's the best thing I've ever seen. Yeah, good. F Charlie Kirk. I hate this guy. And this guy, Nick Fuentes, he's going to get him. And that's cool. And so that's how I really got into that stuff. Because then I just started watching that show every single day. And it was awesome. It's a great show. And so now I'm into this show. And then, then COVID happens. I have my money saved up from this job I was doing. I put all my life savings for Donald Trump to win. I put everything because, so I only had like $5,000 or $6,000 in the bank. So I put like $5,000 onto Donald Trump to win in like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Georgia, Arizona, because the stuff to vote for, is he gonna win, that was full. They said you can't vote on this anymore. So I bet on just like, okay, I picked this state, this state, this state, this state, and this state. And then we saw what happened. He got scammed. We all know he got scammed. And the President of the United States agrees with me on this one. He got scammed. He got scammed. And the President will tell you that. Right? But I put like $5,000, and I felt like if I win, then I'll have $20,000 and I can buy a condo in Utah, and that'll be cool. But he lost, and I lost my life's savings. Okay, so I'm up with my family for Thanksgiving, and I drive because then Nick Fuentes, I didn't drive actually. Where was I? So I'm in Utah. I have zero. Okay, so now here we get started with this. Let's get started with this. All right, now it's getting into live streamer origin, real stuff. So Nick Fuentes announces the Million MAGA March in Washington, D.C. And I really like Nick Fuentes. I really like Jaden. I really like Patrick. I'm like, this is going to be cool. Like, I can meet Nick Fuentes. This would be amazing. So I fly to Washington, D.C. to go to the Million MAGA March. And at the same time, like, yeah, I do want to protest and show my voice, stop the steal. And I meet Nick Fuentes at Fuentes or Fuentes? I meet the guy at Harry's Bar in Washington, D.C. the night before the Million MAGA March. Let's see if I have that picture. I definitely have it on this phone because this is my first streamer phone. Here, oh my gosh, it's right there. Bro, is that cool or what? Look, this is legacy. Bro, that's when I first met the guy. That's so awesome. Who's hating? No haters. Get out of here, dude. He's cool. He's a good, cool guy. And Jaden is too. Okay? I'm tired of admitting that he's not. Flip it. Jaden McNeil. And Jaden knew who I was because I got freaking doxxed and he saw me and he just went like this. He wouldn't even shake my hand or nothing. He was being weird. But either way, whatever. I'm just telling a story. Nobody get hater mad, nothing, anything, okay? Don't be gay. Let me just tell a story, okay? I'm stoked on these guys. I love all of them. Okay? So then what happened? What happened after that? So I go to that thing. Then that was cool. Fly back. Then I go with my family for Thanksgiving. And this is where my first stream was. There you go. Because I also met Baked Alaska there. Man, I'm kind of giving everything away here, aren't I? I'm so mysterious. And then I make this freaking thing. Look at this. Look. This is my real story, okay? I meet Baked Alaska at the Million. This worked before, so why didn't it work this time? But, hey, I meet Baked Alaska at the Million MAGA March, and I'm a chat user at this point, okay? I'm just a chatter. I do my live stream. It's a desktop stream, no face. And I'm just like, I'm voicing over watching the Donald Trump rallies, and there's real ones in the chat right now that were part of that. And so I would just like save up for a Ninjet. Who remembers this? I would save up for a Ninjet and send it to Nick, and it just says, "What's up, Woozuh?" I'd save it for a Ninjet. I send it to Jaden. It says, "What's up, Woozuh?" Why would it? But then like some guys were hating and being mad. It's like, dude, this is $100. Like, just say, "What's up, Woozuh?" It's funny. Like, I wasn't doing that as like, I am promoting myself. I am going to like make myself huge by sending these people bunches of money. Like, even if I was, that's a bunch of money. Just do it. Who cares? What's the problem? Why does anybody have a problem with that? Like, I wasn't, but even if, like, come on. So I was sending this Ninjet, and then, so who do I meet? At the freaking thing is I meet Baked Alaska at the Million MAGA March in Washington, D.C. of November 2020. It's amazing. But I meet all them guys. And Baked Alaska, he's like, "You're Woozuh?" And we take a selfie. You want that one? You want that one? I got that one too. Who wants that? Who wants me? First met Baked Alaska on the, look at this. Go back. This is chill. You're going to love this. You're Woozuh? Oh my gosh. This goes nuts, dude. Because this is right here. Look. Boom. First met him, dude. And I love this guy, okay? Stop hating. No haters. This is cool. I love him. Boom. Okay, I love Nick, I love Jaden, I love Baked, I love Beardson, everybody. Nobody hate, okay? I've been gone for 2 years. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, like, that's what I was testifying about, not using the name as an expletive. But anyways, so Baked Alaska, he meets me at this thing. He's like, "You're Woozuh?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Would it be okay if we take a selfie?" He's like, "Yeah." And then he like, does that. I just showed you. And I go to Million MAGA March. It's awesome. I meet these cool guys. It's terrific. It's the coolest thing ever. Man, that takes you back, doesn't it? That's a good time. Let's just reflect on good times. Everything else, who cares? And I'm really telling this real whole story right now. But, and then, so I fly back. And Baked Alaska, there was a live stream where someone mentioned Woozuh, and Baked Alaska goes, "We need to have Woozuh at the meme mansion." And I thought that sounds like a good idea, right? And so if you remember, my first ever live stream was on this very actual phone. And this phone was crummy. It's a piece of junk. It has very slow processing. It sucks. Couldn't have all the chat users in there all at once because then it would slow down. But I wasn't even doing that as something that I was going to do to make money. So I was having Thanksgiving with my family when they said, "Okay, we're doing Stop the Steal Phoenix." I'm like, dang, Phoenix? That's crazy. But I could totally go to that. And so I finished, I was like 17 total hours of driving from where I was at. But, and this is real, literal, actual, here's what happened, is I take this old regular crummy busted Android, and I drove to Phoenix. And I felt like, streaming, that looks fun. That's all, it looks fun. That looks fun. I didn't even think about, oh, maybe I could make money. I wasn't even thinking about I'll make money. I just thought, like, that looks fun. And so I drive all that way to Phoenix and I park my car and I just start the live stream. And I'm like, Baked Alaska said I could be at the meme mansion. Can someone message Baked Alaska and and all this kind of stuff? Like Baked Alaska, I have a clip of it. Baked Alaska said I could be at the meme mansion. I was just being funny, but I was being psycho. I was being crazy, right? That's a whole story. Like because my plan was like, I'm gonna go there and like maybe he'll get me, but if I just have to sleep in the car, that's fine too. It's not a big problem to me. Like, I just kind of want to be there. But then I'm doing that stream and I'm just driving around Phoenix, and then someone sends me like, well, here's kind of where he lives. So I go over there and I'm like, yo, God. And then so Baked Alaska, it was Twitter. Anyways, so I get connected with Baked Alaska. I'm at the it wasn't the meme mansion, it was the Airbnb. Who remembers this? Type in references to that stream if you were there, because that was a big one. Because what happened was all the streamers were in a streamer house at an Airbnb. And what happened was there was a lot of problems. People were calling the place and cops came and stuff like that. Baked Alaska had to turn his stream off to talk to the police. So he was on D Live and I was on D Live. All of Baked Alaska's viewers went to my stream to see what was going on. And like, that's what happened. How much more do we gotta say on that stuff? But the first thing that Baked Alaska said to me when I got to that streamer house was, "You're a full-time IRL streamer now." And that's just been true for this whole time. Anyways, so I go to that and I got like 50,000 lemons from Base Dollar in my first stream, which cashes out to like $500. It was insane. I didn't even realize how insane that was because up to that point, I was not cashing out. I would just save up to a Ninjet and then send it to someone. But then now I have 5 Ninjets worth of money on here. Okay, and looks like that cashes out to, $500, $600, whatever. It was real money. And it wasn't like just beta. There was other people paying into it, but that was real stuff. So then I cashed out, but the cash out was on a pay period, waiting time, blah, blah, blah. The next thing that was happening was Million MAGA March 2, and right, I just bet my whole life savings on this happening, and I just drove down to Phoenix. I have zero money. So I call my dad and I say, like, I'm doing this. Um, I need a plane ticket to DC. It's $600. I'll probably make like $1,500. I'll pay you back. And so my dad sent me the money, and I only had enough money for the plane ticket and maybe like a couple meals. So I flew out to DC and just kind of kicked it around Harry's bar and did not know where I was going to sleep that night. I was like, I don't know. But I had people in the Discord. I was like, maybe someone from the Discord can hook me up or whatever. And that night, I met Psychotic. That was the first time I met Psychotic, was at Million Mega March 2. And I didn't know if he was a Fed or what.
Scar1680 just subscribed on Kick. Woozuh just gifted 1 subscription on Kick.
Yo, thank you. Thank you for the sub. Let's hit that 10 subs. So Psychotic, and he's hanging out, and I see him, and he's streaming, and I'm like, oh, there's a streamer. That's cool. Should I be real? I can be real. He's my friend. I can be real about my friend. Okay. He had 30 viewers, and I kind of felt bad for him because I had 300. Okay. So, but before any of that he was a streamer, and I didn't know. I was kind of unsure. Like, I don't know who this guy is. Okay, what are we streaming on? And he goes, I'm on D Live. And I'm like, oh, this guy's cool. This is a cool guy. Okay, I can trust this guy with everything. This is my friend. And then he was telling me, like, yeah, I got a hotel room. Like, it's got an extra bed. Come by and like, you can sleep with me at my house. He had a room. That's what I'm trying to say. So did I go with him? I forgot. How does the sequence of events? Who did I stay with? This guy, then stayed with him, then stayed with him. Didn't end up staying with him that night, but I stayed with him the following night is how things worked. But then after that was another Stop the Steal in Phoenix, and I'm actually a guest at Baked Alaska's house at the Meme Mansion. I meet Sonic and Tails. I'm hanging out with Baked Alaska. Then after that was J6. Okay, do I have to tell my real story where I was at J6? I don't think so. I think it's safe now, isn't it, though? It's safe. It's safe, but, like, I don't, I don't know. Like, oh, where was I, huh? Where was I on that day? It's safe now, not safe. Okay, I'm getting mixed answers here. Full pardon. Don't. Okay, real mixed answers here. I don't know. Patriot. I was at J6. We'll just leave it at that. I was at J6. Okay? And people that saw me there kind of know what happened. Don't tell people. Never self-snitch. That's a good point. I didn't do anything illegal. I was at J6. I was pepper sprayed. I was tear gassed. The whole thing. Okay? That was cool. Minus anything that could get you criminally charged. Break down the barriers. No, that wasn't me. We'll just leave it at that. I was at J6. I'm tough. I'm a legend. And also, I was at the night before J6. I was at J5 when you have Ray Epps, and who is that guy? Did we ever find out who he is? Telling people we need to go into the Capitol. And what the flip? What was up with that? And so I'm in the clip where, and they played it over and over on Tucker Carlson. We're chanting Fed, Fed, Fed at this guy. I'm in that clip. If you zoom in on that clip, I'm right there. It's me. I was there. That's me. Look at me. Here I am. I'm real. Here I am. This is what I'm gotten. Nick pepper sprayed Woozuh. You hear it here first, folks. No, he didn't. Come on. Okay. Nextly, what happens was Manhunt, Baked Alaska, J6. I don't even remember. Where am I going with that? where I'm going with that is, so I finished school. It's kind of COVID. Things are kind of locked down. But I go visit Baked Alaska. Yeah, I go visit him and do some streaming on my own because he's locked down or what? I don't even remember. I think he's house arrest. I visited him on house arrest. And then I kind of went back and then came back again. And then he said, I want to get a place in Florida with you and Lowell's. And so long story about that one is just like, okay, so eventually me and Lowell's and Baked Alaska moved to that house in Florida. I'm in Florida for like 10 months because I was kicked out. But we'll forget about that. I'm not even mad about that. Then what happened was we, because we're banned on D Live and we're making stuff. And we're in Florida because Florida is the least restrictive with the COVID restrictions. But anyways, lived in Florida for a year. Had the streamer house. Then I moved to Utah with Paul Town. And I was doing that. Okay. Where am I even going with this? Can someone get me back on track? Cozy, yeah, I got on Cozy, skip Country Karen. Can we skip that? Why do I have to tell stuff? Yeah, Confederate flag stream, a lot of big stuff. I'm like a famous guy. I don't like it should be out there bigger. Like he is back, just a little bit. Okay, he's back and he's on this platform where you can put a regular credit card in and get a regular subscription for $5, and it's not weird stuff. Here I gotta put crypto and I gotta buy this and I gotta verify this, and it's like, no, just put regular $5 and buy a sub. I need 10. So then I make it back to Utah because I want to get married. I want to find her, and I go to Utah and I make those friends and I just don't find her. This is where I'm going with this, is because in Florida, I was going to the singles ward and I would drive 1 hour to there and 1 hour back. And by the end of it, I was just done. I was like, man, this is not worth it. It's the same people every time. This is stupid. I went on this one date with one girl my whole time in Florida and she was vaxxed. So that was how that went. Because I'm choosy, okay? I know what a good looking girl looks like and I choose that. I'm just gonna, But what I'm trying to say is, then I lived in Ogden, Utah with Paul Town for a year. And 6 months into that 1 year, I'm just like, man, what is going on? Like, I'm not finding her. I'm keeping the commandments. I'm reading my scriptures every day. I go to the temple. Like, why, like, I'm on my knees praying for it, okay? There's some vulnerability right there with that one. I'm on my knees praying to God.
Big Bongo just subscribed on Kick.
Thank you, Big Bongo. On my knees praying to God, like, can I please get a girlfriend, okay? Begging God for a girlfriend. And nothing's coming. And so I'm at this point, I'm just like, what is going on? And I'm like, okay, maybe a mission. And I don't know who influenced me to get to that point where that's what I thought it was, but I just felt like maybe a mission. And then we're just going to get real, all right? This is going to be another hour, okay? This is going to be another whole hour. Maybe. We'll see. Felt like maybe a mission, and I felt like I need to figure this out for myself. Because people would always give me this weird answer if I asked, is it a requirement? They always gave me this weird answer that's the wrong answer. I look it up for myself. I just type it in. Is it a requirement to serve a mission? And what I come across is the words of President Thomas S. Monson, the last president of the church before our current one, President Nelson. And this is the Lord's true and restored church on the earth. We believe that the president of our church is a prophet of God. So if you believe the church, then you believe what he says is true. I believe this man is a prophet and what he says comes from God. So I type, is it a mission requirement? And what I find is that the previous president of the church, President Thomas S. Monson, says serving a mission is every young man's duty and obligation to the priesthood. Everyone who's worthy and able. I don't have it memorized. Hopefully it doesn't sound like I do. Just like every young man who's worthy and able, this is your duty to the priesthood, your duty and obligation to the priesthood. You owe it to the Lord who has given you so very much. And so when I read that, I was like, okay, there it is. I believe that the prophet is a prophet. You don't have to pray about it. You don't have to pray about it. If you believe that this is the Lord's church, and if you believe that the president of the church is a prophet, then you don't have to pray about it, because he said it's your duty and obligation. That's a requirement. If you're healthy, if you can do it, you're selling yourself short if you don't do it. And you're kind of, anyways. So I read that in like February. Our bishop was getting changed, and so we were getting a new bishop. I felt like, okay, I'll wait for the new bishop so he knows what's going on. And I met with that new bishop and said, okay, Jared, it's nice. You're a nice guy. Like, so what can I help you with today? And I said, I feel like I should sign up for a mission. I think I should sign up for a mission. I think I should probably sign up for a mission, something like that. I said sign up because I wasn't saying I'm going to serve a mission. I was like, I'm going to sign up and see what happens. Here we are. I'm back, dude. This is cool. This is what I needed. It's just crazy to be like logged back in. Like, I've been gone for 2 years and now this is what I come back to. And it's like, man, what can we even do? What can we make of this? So February, I start putting in my papers. Then, I go to Japan. I thought I was going to get my mission call while I was in Japan. But what happened was, don't ever tell doctors nothing, man. You cannot trust these people. It wasn't even a doctor. It was a physician's assistant. Like, how are you going to go to all this school and not be a doctor? Okay? Men will go to school and become a nurse. That's gay. Don't be a nurse. That's freaking gay. If you're a man nurse, I don't care if you're in the Marines or well, maybe I should. Marines, hey, if you're a Marines and you're in the nurse, that's cool. That's awesome. But anybody else? Hey, come on. No, but I shouldn't have said the Marines. Oh, I'm going to get killed. Anyways. Can we delete that part? I got to delete the VOD. Delete the VOD. Nah, but like, if you're going to go to school, don't go to school and be a nurse. Go to school and be a doctor, okay? Either be a doctor or don't do it if you're a guy, okay? Nurse is a woman's job, unless you're Marines. What am I trying to say here? Where am I going with that? Anyways, you have to you have to do a physical. You have to get a physical. You have to get a physical exam in order to go on a mission. And so on my physical exam, I'm in the office. They say, all right, well, by the way, are you allergic to anything? This is kind of aside from the point. I'm just going to make that part quick. Are you allergic to anything? And I said lithium. And then so they put lithium on the piece of paper, and then when I meet with the physician's assistant, who's not a real doctor, that's fake, he's retarded, he's gay, he writes, well, he didn't write it, it was the people at the desk, they wrote it, and then he reads that, and he's like, lithium, that's for bipolar. He's like this great detective. He's like this great detective, figures stuff out. And I'm mysterious, I don't want to tell him what's up with that. So okay, lithium's for bipolar, and he was trying to ask me about that, and I didn't want to tell him anything. So then he writes on my physical, this man took lithium, he might be bipolar, right? And so then that's on my physical, we send it to the church, and then the church takes months and months to get back to us on a mission call. And then they came back and they said, well, you might get a call, but you might be a service mission. And I said, well, I can't be a service mission. Like I can go and make money, and I can go do this. Like I'm not going to do it for that. That's dumb. Like I pay my bills, I do my chores, I get all my stuff done. I'm on time to my appointments. I can take care of myself. So then I had to meet with a counselor. It was like a family counselor, which I thought was a therapist, but it turns out it wasn't. And I had to do like this 300 question questionnaire about, are you gonna kill yourself? And like answer 1 to 5, 1 being disagree, 5 strongly agree, and it's 300 questions. And I had to go in to do it. And it was like, sometimes I feel like I'm gonna kill myself. Sometimes I feel like I wonder what would happen, what would my friends think if I was dead. Sometimes I drink too much and I black out. Sometimes I want to hurt myself. And I'm just like looking at these questions and I'm like, this is stupid. This is the dumbest thing in the world. And I'm just like clicking disagree, 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 like clicking through it. But I'm reading them. It's not like I'm being fake. I'm reading them. And anyways, then what happens next is then I meet with the counselor, and I thought, and then I told him that whole story. Like, yeah, this happened. Then I was on lithium for 1 day. I took lithium once in my life, and then now it's on a paper, and now I have to ask him if I was going to kill myself or what. Either way, and then so I kind of explain it to him because I feel like he's the guy, and then another thing that happened was. No, so I had to do that form before I could meet with the guy. So I did that form. It's 300 questions. It took me like 45 minutes. I do it, and then they like make me call them back, and they say, based on your responses, we think you're lying. So I have to freaking go back and do the same freaking dumb, stupid survey, and I do it the exact same way I did it the first time because I was being completely, totally honest. And then they say, okay, now you can meet with the guy. So then I meet with the guy. I tell him, like, okay, yeah, it was this. Like, God revealed himself to me. I was in the mental hospital, but it was all fake. And then he was like, okay, yeah, like, I think you're good, and blah, blah, blah. Then all that was submitted. All that was in there. And then they're still taking forever and ever to give me my mission call. To where it was the point where, like, the stake president had to call the missionary department and say, like, yo, I'm pissed. Like, what's going on? Like, he needs his mission call though, and then they said, okay, he can get his mission call, but he needs to meet with a psychologist. And I'm like real freaking worried about that. Like I'm real worried because when the first guy I met with, he asked about the lithium stuff. Someone asked about it, and I just kind of said it was nobody's business. I think it was him. Yeah, he asked about it. No, because I didn't tell him the story. That's the thing. Okay, yeah. So the first guy I met with, he was like a counselor, and he's like, okay, so what about lithium? And I was like, hey, that's something from it's like 8 years ago at this point, and it's like not really anybody's business. And he just kind of like didn't press me on it. And then I had to meet with a psychologist over Zoom. And that guy's like a real doctor, prescribes medication, but he's a church doctor too. So I felt, you can kind of trust someone like that. Like, not like I fully trust this person, but like, hey, I want to serve a mission, so maybe I'll just tell them what happened. So I do that, and then that gets submitted, and then I get my mission call, Mesa, Arizona. And I got that call, and I streamed the opening of that. I streamed when I opened my mission call, and I was just so happy. I was so happy. Some people get their mission call and they're like pissed, but I was so happy. I remember being happy, like so happy when I opened that. And but what happened after that was, then I served a mission. I served a real mission. But like in the meantime, in between time, this is getting real now. Now we're getting into real stuff. Getting into real stuff, okay? When you go on a mission, you do what's called the home MTC for a week, and it's online. That's Missionary Training Center. So they teach you, here's how you have these discussions with people. Here's how you show them what the restored gospel is. Here's how you tell them about Joseph Smith. Here's how you teach. Here's how you pray. Here's how you bear testimony. These kind of things. And so the first week it's on Zoom, and they give you a companion. They give you a companion, right? So you have a missionary companion, and I get this guy who's a little odd. He's a little weird, and he says that about himself, so I can say it. Then I get to the MTC. I meet this guy. We're partners. We're there. It's cool. And like the second to last day of the MTC, they play a video, and it's Jeffrey R. Holland, and he says, if you're doing this just because you feel like someone's making you do it, then don't go. And if you're not worthy to do it, don't go. And like the Lord can't like waste time and this kind of stuff. Like if you're just here to mess around, then don't go. And my MTC companion really freaked out with that video, and he this is real true stuff, okay? This is really real stuff. How do I know what I know? How did I get where I got? My MTC companion's like crying, and he's freaking out, and he's giving this whole speech about like, I'm not ready, and this kind of stuff. So he's freaking out and trying to figure out stuff, and he like calling the MTC people and setting up meetings with MTC people, and I don't even know what's going on. But he's on his bed crying, and I'm in the other dorm with some other friends I made, and I'm telling this story. I'm telling the whole story about the mental hospital and this kind of stuff. We're sitting down, and someone says, oh, poor guy, like someone should give him a blessing. And so I go into the room and I get him and I say, hey, the brethren of the priesthood would like to give you a blessing. And so he comes down and he sits on that chair. This is real sacred stuff. He sits on that chair, and who do you think he chooses to give the blessing? Who do you think he chooses to give the blessing? I'll let you decide. I can see you calling around. Okay, so it was me. He chooses me to give the blessing, okay? How do I connect these dots here? Well, yeah, because it was like the night before, so it's like 2 days before in the MTC, and this whole, like, I didn't know how I was gonna do it, because when you're learning about here's how you teach people the Book of Mormon, here's how you teach this, and I said, like, I wrote down in my journal, like, if I know it's true or if I believe it's true, that doesn't make a difference, because I'm going to do this and it's 2 years and I'm going to do it no matter what. That's what I wrote, basically. Because, like, with all that, the Book of Mormon, it was just like, this is something, I believe this is true, I think this is true, I have faith that this is true, but I never knew that it was true until this point, which was So I'm having this MTC companion. He's freaking out. He feels like he's not worthy to serve a mission. He's trying to go home. He's trying to get himself, he's trying to make these phone calls, meet with the MTC president and all this stuff. We give him a blessing, okay? So I lay my hands upon his head and I give him a blessing by the authority of the holy Melchizedek priesthood. And I say, like, you will be blessed when you return to wherever you need to go to. Like I was going to say he was going to return home, but I stopped myself and said wherever he was going to go to. And so then he leaves for like 20 minutes and I go back to talking to the guys, right? And he comes back and he's happy and he's like crying and he's happy. And he just goes, "Hey man, you're awesome. I just want you to know that you're awesome." And then we're like, "Yo, like what happened? What's going on?" And he's like, "Well, when he gave me that blessing and he stopped himself, I knew that I know where I need to go. And so I'm gonna make these phone calls, and it's gonna be a little bit of a process, but I think I'm gonna stay on my mission. I'm gonna do my mission." Right? And then he leaves, and then all the guys are like hyping me up. They're like, "Yo, like, you have the power of God in you, and when you give that blessing, that's not you speaking, that's God speaking." Right? So up to this point, I believe it's true. I think it's true. I think it's true, this kind of thing. But then I'm remembering that, okay, when you give that blessing, that's not you speaking, that's God speaking. And I just felt like, how would he know that? How would he know that? He would not know that unless it was real. He wouldn't know that unless it was real. And then like it just clicked for me right there. It was like, this is real. Like I just gained a testimony. Like the gold plates and the first vision and the Book of Mormon, that's real, because God is not going to allow me to give that blessing in his name using a false priesthood. He would not do that. He would not allow for that to happen. God like, so then I just knew in the MTC, and how am I going to tell that story quick, but like I knew that it was real. And so then the next night in my journal I wrote, when now that I know it's true, like it does make a difference whether I believe it's true or I know it's true, because now that I can testify that I know that it's true. And that was 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago. So now I have this, and I said, like, if I serve this whole 2 years and I just get that out of it, that makes the whole thing worth it. But now I have 2 years. So what else is it? And there's a lot. It's a lot, but what am I trying to say here? So that happened, and there's this other thing that happened. I can't really get into what it is, because I still feel like it's sacred, but maybe I should just, no, this one, Anyways, what happened was, like, during my mission, and I already talked about this one on stream, but so in 3rd Nephi 28, there's 3 disciples that want to be blessed that they just get to be alive until Jesus comes. So they get to live to 1,000 years or 2,000 years or however many years. These disciples, Jesus blesses them that they can stay on the earth until the second coming and preach the gospel. And then the Book of Mormon describes what happened. It says like the power of Satan was, I want to read it because it's very specific, the language that's used. Let me just read it. Now this, therefore, that they might not taste of death, there was a change wrought upon their bodies, that they might not suffer pain nor sorrow, save it were for the sins of the world. Now this change was not equal to that which shall take place at the last day, but there was a change wrought upon them, insomuch that Satan could have no power over them, that he could not tempt them. And they were sanctified in the flesh, that they were holy, and that the powers of the earth could not hold them. And so on my mission, I was struggling with just like, okay, being horny a lot, and I'm trying to not be horny so I can preach the gospel and so I don't have wet dreams. And it was really, really getting hard for me right there. And then I just had this thought come to me, like, I accept it. And what I was accepting is grace. That, like, grace is the thing that sanctifies you. Because I had been studying that verse, and I was like, man, Satan could not have power to tempt them. Like, God can do that for these three guys. Why can't he do that to me? Like, he should be able to do that to me. I want him to be able to, like, take that away from Satan. Like, take the powers of Satan to temptation away from my mind, right? And then he did. Then that happened. And so then it's just like I had this calm, but then like I was like all the sex thoughts were just gone. All the bad word thoughts were gone. And so now I can just like walk around and my mind is clear. There's not like dirty things in there. It's like I have not thought about sex all day today. I have not thought about sex all day yesterday. Like, thoughts of sex do not appear into my mind whatsoever. And like, how do you explain that? Like, that's something that, like, if I'm gonna how do you explain that? How do you explain that? Because guys think about sex a million billion times a day. No fap, retention is key. It is key, but like, man, when you're really battling against it, and for God to have the power to take that away, that's a miracle that happened on my mission. That's a miracle that happened on my mission, and like, it's perfect. And so I'm just really going through it right now, moment by moment, but like, what is going on? Like, that happened, and so why are things working out the way they're working out, and like, where are we going with this? I don't know. It's kind of on a we'll see kind of basis. I don't know. It's wait and see. It's wait and see. It's weird. But I know that we're going to get there for sure. And so let's hit the 10 subs goal, and then I'll tell the story about here's why I hate Charlie Kirk. God can make stones glow and young men subdue their passions. It wasn't like I'm subduing it, because I was trying my best. I've been trying my best for 2 years at that point, or 3. Because like, before we moved into the house in Clearwater, we were in that other house in Tampa, right? And we kept saying it was an Airbnb. But we had that house, and like, it was at that house that I decided, like, if I'm trying not to have wet dreams, I need to think about sex as zero as possible. And it can never get it to zero. As conscious and hard as I try, like, those thoughts still come, and like, they're natural, but how do you get rid of them? You need the power of God. And that happened in my mission. It happened, and like, now my mind is like sanctified. Now those dirty thoughts don't come. Where did you get sent to? I served a mission for the Lord's Church in 2 years in Mesa, Arizona. I'll tell you something, Woozuh, I'm not keeping myself sober. I'm not keeping myself sober. God took my alcoholism from me. Good. That's worth the 2 years too. Is it? Maybe. Yeah, I think so. We'll see. We'll see. No, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So it's like, I got these 2 great, amazing things. from that. And but like, how do you, that's one that's like sacred, and how do you start that story? How do you tell that story? You know, like, you got to leave stuff out because part of it is yet to come. But like, that's something real, and that's something, I'm just confused because now I come back, and I guess I'm different now. I don't know. Because the whole time in the mission, I'm like making up these TikTok ideas like, oh, I'll say this about a single mom, I'll say this about a black monkey. And now that I'm actually out, I'm like looking at these ideas and I'm like, these are stupid. I don't want to make these. I don't like don't get me wrong, they're certified bangers, like they're good, that they're quality, but like I don't want to make them. The Woozuh TikToks were so good. I understand that, but they were too good. That's the thing. It got taken down. Take them down, take them down, take them down. What he even did. What he even did, because I didn't say nothing about anything. What the flip? Certified bangers. Like, I have 300 TikTok ideas written down. And like 67% of them are certified bangers. But I get off this plane, man, and I still haven't watched a movie. I watched 17 again, but it was without the sound. It was subtitled on the plane. And I only got like halfway through. But that's the only movie I watched so far. And then I've been listening to some music. But the news, I cannot, because I'm staying at this old person house. And they just have the news blaring 24/7, and I'm like sitting down there eating pizza with the old guy, and it's talking about these two brothers killed their parents in Beverly Hills in like the 1980s, and I'm just like sitting there like this, and I'm like, man, I don't want to tell him to turn it off, but I like want to eat the pizza, and like, but this is just like horrible, and like everything they're talking about is horrible on the news, and like, I don't want to watch TV, I don't want to watch movies, I don't want to play video games or nothing. I just kind of want to like talk to friends, and what do I want to do? Like, that's it. I'm just in this really, really weird spot right now, because your top COVID officials that are Jewish TikTok was fire. Oh man, that was, yeah, some of those were too good is the thing. And some of them were too smart. They just go over people's heads. TikTok's for idiots. And I make these brilliant, intelligent videos, and this goes over people's heads. What are we at for the sub goal? Are we gonna get the sub goal? Can we get Instagram as the new TikTok? Is the sub goal on the screen or not? You need to put the sub goal on your Kick About section so we can see it. What are you saying? I saw a clip recently where Lols claimed he saw you squeezing your... Hey, can we time that guy out for 1 hour, please? That's weird. Can we please delete that? That's weird. Why are you being weird in my comment section? Kick has sub and follow goals built into the site now. I thought I turned it on though. Do I have to turn it on every live stream? You don't need the overlay. You can still use an overlay if you want, but you can put them on your channel directly. Woozuh, what are you going to name your planet? Planet Woozuh. Good question. What is this? Set up account. I'm trying to log in. Not set up account. I have an account, you monkey. Why are we doing this? We all weirdos. We are watching a Mormon named Woozuh with 8 viewers. I thought I was at 81 viewers. You lied? 90 bots? What? No. They're real viewers. Look at this video. I listen to music. You were at 108 earlier. Thank you. Who's? But y'all quit it. Kick.com. Dashboard. Are we logged in? No. I don't know the logins. I need to log in on my iPhone so I can change some stuff up while I'm streaming on the Android. But I don't know the passwords, so I'm gonna try my best and hopefully get logged in. No, wrong, okay. I have one more idea about what it could be. Bruh. Woozuh, you should go on the Weekly Sweat. Beardson and Woozuh have been fire lately. You should go on the Weekly Sweat. You should go on the Weekly Sweat. You should do that. This is a thing I learned on a mission is people would always give me these stream ideas and most of them were bad. I'm not saying yours is bad. I'm just saying most of them that people gave to me on my mission were bad. And so I just started clapping back when I got a bad one. I say, you should do that. Have a mod pin the link along with the message. Yeah, I don't have the link though. I thought I put my...
Geralta Joyper just subscribed on Kick.
Alright, Geralt, thank you. Big shout out. You're my man, bro. Thank you. Okay. To my homegirls out here with the big butt, shaking it like we're at the strip club. What is my real story? Wait, did we hit the sub goal? Forget the haters, cause somebody loves you. What is my password on Kick, bro? What is wrong here? Woozuh, you need to make the sub badge into your profile picture. Woozuh, for real, but sounds like it would just make his tummy hurt. What does this mean? Well, what the flip? Well, I need to keep the stream going if we're gonna have all these real people in the chat. Because I need to get my average viewers to 50. Bro, how do I log in, bro? What can I do on the Kick app? Nothing? Everything's on dashboards. Am I even logged in on here? Logins. You are almost at 600 followers. You got a lot this stream. Good. Don't be nasty. Who's nasty? Well, what the flip? How many subs we're at? Wait, oh wait. This month, all time. How many subscribers do I have on my Kick channel? Is that something that, do the neck thing, homie? I'll do it if you donate a sub. If you sub, I'll do it. If you sub, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it 5 times. Who's clipping me? Don't clip me. You have way too many words flagged or something. We can't see the sub count. You got to put the sub bar on the about section, then we can see it. I can't do that on my iPhone right now, so, but I can't end the stream because I need to get my average viewers to like 60 million billion viewers. I'm trying to get those trophies. If I can just average out at 75 right now, you should get a laptop. I have a computer. I have a regular computer. I gotta get plugged in. I'm not gonna be plugged in till September 1st. Alright, if one more new person puts in their credit card and becomes a sub, how about we do it that way? Is that a deal? One more new person. What is going on, man? Something's going on. Why is this AI moderator so strict? Because you are posting hate speech in my chat. Something is happening. Something is happening. I just come back, though. I come back, I get off that plane, and then I didn't even log in or nothing, because it's just like all the people that I think are cool and that I like just like hate each other. And if you say one thing about this person, then it means you hate this person, and it's like, what's the point? This is all stupid. Why would anybody pay attention to this? It's dumb. Speak your mind, honestly. And like, I'm a Donald Trump guy all the way. I'm a Donald Trump guy all the way, okay? That's not me picking sides or nothing. I love Donald Trump. And now I can say it. I love Donald Trump. I love Donald Trump. Can I say it 100 times on a live stream? Look at this. I love Donald Trump. 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 Donald Trump is the man. I don't care what anybody says. I support Donald Trump 100% no matter what. You don't know who that guy is. He's the man, okay? He's the man. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. What else we got? Who else do I like? Well, flip. I gotta keep the show going. I need to get my hourly. He lost 10 viewers when he said that. Oh no. Guys, no. Oh no. I'll do it again. I love Donald Trump. 10 more, no. Oh no. Now he's at 0. What's going on? No. What's going on, man? He's the man. What's going on? What's going on? Donald Trump is the man. I don't care what anyone says. But everything on TV is gay, and the news is gay, and the radio is gay, and it's stupid and dumb and useless and all me. See, this is what look. I tell this whole stream, and then now I'm just saying the stuff I was saying before. But I just got back, okay? Here's a simple, easy way to put it, okay? Gospel, that's a Greek word. It means good news. I just spent 2 years doing nothing but preaching the gospel. Preaching the gospel, inviting others to receive the restored gospel. Gospel, good news. So 2 years, every day, it's good news. How can we share this good news? How can we help people accept this good news? How can we do this? Like, what are we going to do? What's the best thing we can do to get this out there and do it, right? Then I get off that plane and it's all bad news. and everything's just bad news. Everything, it's evil, and it's like, man, this is so bad. It's bad for my soul. Like this is not godly. This is not holy. This is not clean. We're supposed to avoid this. It's unholy and it's impure. Everything, gossip, drama, the news, movies, shows. There's nothing good. It's 100% trash. It's trash that you should not be putting in your brain. I just want to invite everybody to like log the heck off of everything for 2 weeks and see how you feel. Except for my stream. Stay logged in on my stream. Everything else, the news, the radio, the TV, the movies, Twitter, I'm not doing it, okay? I'm putting that out there. I am putting that out there. I'm gonna put that out there. I'm putting that out there. I'm just not gonna do it, okay? Not gonna participate, not gonna watch, not gonna be connected with nothing. I'm gonna be vegetarian. That's real. I'm gonna be vegetarian because now I can make my own food and make my own choices, all right? Well, I mean, not like I couldn't before. It's just like I would feel really bad and it would make a situation awkward if I did. So in my mission, in the Arizona mission, Mesa mission, every night, and it's different in different missions, but at least in the mission I served in, we get different families from church, and they sign up to feed the missionaries every night. And it's a different family every night. And we have dinner, and then we share with them like a little lesson or a spiritual thought or a scripture, or maybe like a cool church video, something like that. So I get off, I get to Arizona, and like we have that first one, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like, yeah, okay, that's cool. Then we have the second one, and I'm like, hang on, what are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we having these dinners? Like we can just be out there knocking doors. Why are we having these dinners? And so my trainer was like, no, we have to have the dinners. And I said, Elder, cancel every dinner for the rest of my mission unless they bring someone that's not a member of the church to the dinner. And I was dead serious too. But we can't do that, I guess. I don't know. But I don't know where I was going with that. That's just a cool story, I guess. Yeah. But the thing about being a vegetarian is, can I teach a principle here? Can I teach a principle? Here's what members of the Lord's church believe. Here is what members of the Lord's church believe. And this is something that you can search up for yourself, do your own research. But we believe in that revelation continues, and that there was revelations given to Joseph Smith on how to organize and build the kingdom of God in the last days. And so that's called the Doctrine and Covenants. Section 89 of the Doctrine and Covenants is a revelation that is a health code, which we call the Word of Wisdom. If 700,000 people die each year in hospitals, why don't we just close all the hospitals so nobody dies? Hospitals, let's get into that instead, but let me just say this real quick. A careful reading of the Word of Wisdom. So the Word of Wisdom is where we get that members of the Lord's church do not drink coffee, alcohol, tea, and don't use tobacco or street drugs. And it's a health code that we follow, but it also includes something about meat. And nobody in the church actually knows this. I'm like a very expert level guy here to discover this, because I guarantee you 90%, 95%, and probably 99% of members of this church don't even know that this is in here. But it says, and so this is Jesus Christ speaking, yea, flesh also of beasts and of the fowls of the air, I, the Lord, have ordained for the use of man with thanksgiving. Nevertheless, they are used sparingly. So that what that means is like animals are food. Animals are food, basically. God gives them to be food, but don't get carried away with it. To be used sparingly, right? And it's a question, okay, what does sparingly mean? You know, whatever, make your own decision. But then the next verse is what is making me want to be vegetarian. And it is pleasing unto me that they should not be used, only in times of winter or of cold or famine. So that's an interesting thing that Jesus Christ the Lord just said. It's pleasing to him that we don't eat meat. Unless, and I don't know what winter or cold is, but I know what famine is. Famine means you're going to starve to death. So winter or cold, that probably means you're going to freeze to death. So God tells us, it's pleasing to me not for you to eat meat unless you're going to freeze to death or you're going to starve to death. Otherwise, it's pleasing that they shouldn't be used. But they're given for you to use. So animals are food, but it's pleasing to the Lord if you're vegetarian, but it's not a commandment. That's silly. Yeah, it's not silly. It's the word of God. It's not silly, but it's not silly. I'm just saying, give it a try, okay? Because I read that and I was like, well, I'm gonna give it a try, and I just feel like my heart is healthier. Woozuh is why the Jews have taken over. Man, they took over like 50 years ago. I'm how old am I? You can calculate it from the stuff I said on this show today. But anyways, the thing about hospitals, what was I saying about hospitals? They'll perform unnecessary surgeries on people so they can make more money. And if a fat person goes to a hospital and needs a surgery, they don't actually need a surgery. They just need to lose weight, like 95% of the time. The hospitals will just like let a fat person be fat, and so they can do surgeries on them. A hospital is never going to tell a fat person to lose weight. The hospital will never do that. They're going to say they're just gonna keep operating on them, and as long as that insurance goes through, doctors, nurses, they don't care. Okay? This is real.
Beechnut sent $2 in Litecoin. Hello, cutie. I just wanted to let you know that the Bible is fake, gay, and based on San Negro mythology, and that Jesus was Jewish and that his name was Rabbi Yeshua, even though he was fake and gay also.
What? Well, I don't know. Thank you for the $2. $2 in Litecoin. That'll just sit on my phone and never be used. You troll. You're trolling me with that. Thanks for the $2 that's going to sit on my phone and like be worth $2. What the flip? Whatever, man. That's chill. Thanks for that. What the flip was that about? Anyways. Oh, the thing about, okay, so the thing I was saying is, okay, so these members sign up and feed us these dinners. And then I read that thing about it's pleasing to the Lord to not use meat. So then I kind of wanted to be vegetarian, but we had the dinners with the members, and there's a lot. It's mostly meat and potatoes. Some people make pasta, some people get pizza, and sometimes it's whatever. But a lot of meat and potatoes. And sometimes people. I never said anything about it. If I could get away with it, like if we're doing taco salad or something like that. So, okay, scoop your meat, scoop your beans, scoop your veggies. I'll just skip I would skip the meat, and I could like do that, and it's very sneaky. But then other times, you get people feeding us dinner, and they'd say, "Oh, elders, I made this steak. I put this on the grill, and I've been fired up on the grill for 13 hours, and oh, you guys are gonna love this." and they're like so excited about it. And what am I gonna say? Oh, I'm vegetarian. Like, no, I'll eat it, whatever. But I want to say, like, it is. I guess I don't have to use charged language. That's a choice I can make, huh? I guess I just won't use charged language, but it's this, right? It's a lie that whoever came up with the idea that manly eating meat, that's like a manly man activity. Being a big manly man means you eat a steak and you eat a big giant huge piece of meat. That's like, who came up with that? When did that come about? Because it's like, you did not take your spear, you did not take your bare hands and go out in the woods and beat that animal to death. You didn't do that. You didn't get your gun and shoot that animal. Your wife went to like Costco or the grocery store and bought it. What? Okay, so now I'm saying, where along this process is it that this is some manly man freaking thing? When your wife went to Costco, bought the meat, and then you put it on the grill that also was probably bought at Costco, and what? And you flick the switch, and now heat comes on. What is the thing? What is the thing? You cooked it? Cooking? Is it cooking it? Because cooking is a girl thing. So what is it? I don't get it. Like, oh, if you don't eat meat, you're not a big manly man, and it helps repair muscle. I'll get into that on this one too, because this is going to be a thing I'm going to start saying. But this thing about meat and manly man, you know where it comes from? TV. There's a show on, which one has the Peacock? NBC. It's on NBC. It's called Parks and Recreation. There's a character called Ron Swanson. He's a libertarian. He's a big manly man, all right? He's got a mustache. And he's a meat-eating manly man. He loves meat. He goes to a restaurant and he orders breakfast and he says, "Give me all the bacon and eggs you have." And then they start to go back there and he's like, "Hang on. I want to make sure you understood what I said. I didn't say give me a lot of bacon and eggs. I said give me all the bacon and eggs you have." And like, okay, right. Ron, he's this big, tough, manly man guy, right? Next show, it's called The Last of Us. I don't know which service it's on, but it's called The Last of Us. That very same Ron Swanson is kissing a guy, and he's gay. So I think eating meat, like, it doesn't have to be this big manly man thing. If Ron Swanson's kissing a dude on The Last of Us, that's gay. You want to explain that to me? He's gay. He's on The Last of Us. He's kissing a dude on the lips, and he's gay. What the flip? Sounding very much like Reformed Stoic. I'm just saying, like, eating meat is not like your wife bought that piece of meat at the grocery store. You didn't kill an animal to eat that. Where, like, who, what? Because Ron Swanson or what? Why do we think that eating meat is the big tough guy? Oh, he's tough. He eats a piece of meat. Do girls get like turned on when they see a man eating a big steak or something? It's stupid. The other one I want to talk about is who came up with this freaking lie that, like, where does this come from? The idea that to have efficient muscle, growth, muscle repair, I don't even know. It is 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. Where does that come from? Can anybody tell me where that comes from? Where is that found? Who came up with that? Because I think that's fake. I think that's stupid. I think that's made up. Because if you need 1 gram per pound, that means what would you have to eat? So if that were true, if that's something that's true today, then that's something that was true 1,000 years ago. So if I'm someone living 1,000 years ago, what would I have to do to get 165 grams of protein per day? How much? What, I have to eat like 3 pounds of nuts, or what? I have to eat that's like I'm killing a chicken every single day, or I'm killing like a bird every day. So like 365 days. It just doesn't add up. especially we look at in the Bible, like they're talking about we're gonna kill the fatted calf or we're gonna kill the cow. Like back then you had to actually kill an animal to eat meat. And when they talk about doing that, they're talking about it like it's this big special occasion, like it's a big event to do that. And so I just don't understand how we're going to say it's required for you to have 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight, when what are you even eating to get that? You're not eating meat, you're not eating cheese, you're not eating nuts, you're eating like powders and chemicals and this kind of stuff. It just doesn't add up to me. I think it's fake. I think it's fake, and I'm strong. So look. Oh, who said what? Who said what? I don't know nothing, okay? About anything. Come on. What y'all meant, bro? Jack. Bro. Pound of what? Anything, okay? I'm a star. You can't kill me. Milk protein? Milk's got good protein. You're freaking dumb, dude. This stuff is so fake. I'll see like a fat person talk about 1 pound and gram of body weight. Like, what do you know, dude? You're fat. Body falling apart from lack of meat. Your elbow just popped, it did. Look at these. Look at them veins. Chicken legs now. What's good? So I wanted to bring that up. What else I wanted to bring up? I'm not even tired. I could just go on and on. It's only midnight. What's the problem? I took a nap. Woke up really sad. I took a nap, just woke up, not even sad. It's just like I'm freaking out and I need to keep stuff going, because if stuff slows down, it sucks and it stops. So then I go downstairs and kind of explain to my friend what's going on. And he's never heard my real story. And I'm like, maybe I should just tell this on stream, because I've never told it anywhere. So definitely get Replay Gang up in here for sure. And Replay Gang, you owe me. You owe me 1 sub. Buy a sub. Sub to this channel. I need 10 credit cards. I need 25. How many for the partner one? 25 people to put a unique credit card in. Hey, how many viewers are we at? Because if it's less than 50, I need to get off. If it's less than 50, it's going to mess up my average, and I need to get my average to go up so I can get the money. If you want to push big boy weight, meat is your best friend. I'm not trying to push big boy weight. You want to see something? You want to see... 84 viewers? Okay. Well, I guess I'm not in the wrong. If I'm making a point, I can do that. You just said you could speak all night. Yeah, I could, but as long as we have more than 49 viewers, then I will. But if we're only at, because I need to get the average. It says you need to have an average of 75 streamers over the last 30 days. So who knows what anybody's talking about? Like, I'm skinny, but I'm skinny fit, okay? And you bench 225. Any soy boy can do that. But yeah, but it's like I'd rather. That's a decision you have to make. That's a decision you have to make, and I respect both decisions. Okay, there's respect to either one. You're either gonna be skinny and have 6-pack abs and V-line and your veins popping out, and that's cool, looks really cool, or you want to be big and tough and strong and lift a lot of weight. That's cool too. Both of those are cool. I've made my decision. I usually go back and forth like, nah, it's winter time, I'm gonna get big and be strong and this kind of stuff. And then, it's kind of summertime, I'm not eating as much. Maybe I'll be in shape and get my 6-pack and this kind of stuff. But I'll tell you what it comes down to. I'm afraid. And it's probably some nonsense that they've been speaking all these years and years. But I always heard that you get older, then it's harder to lose body fat, which I don't think that's even true. I'm gonna probably be proving that one all these later down the years. But like the fat on your body, what am I trying to say? Oh, so like, okay, so I'm afraid that if I get older and I don't have a six-pack, then I'm never gonna have a six-pack again. So I just decided I'll have a six-pack all the time. Yeah. Anyways, all right, 89 viewers. Can I pause to go to the bathroom real quick? Pause to go to the bathroom real quick. Play a song. I can play a song. Ooh, how about this? Wait, okay, I got an idea. So, I have not listened to this since I got off the plane. I got a song for you. Woozuh has good genetics. Yeah, genetics is good. I really do have good genetics. So on a mission, at least in our mission, we are not, we're consecrated. And what consecrated means everything. So we, this. Consecrated means everything, and so we only listen to music that is published by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Or, yeah. So we're gonna play this and tell you, is this a banger or not? What do you think? This was my favorite one on the mission. story, how did it end? It hasn't ended yet, that's the thing. I'm still writing it. Come on. You're supposed to make people donate for music. Can you just turn all that on? Since you're mod, you can do this. You can put subs and donos and goals and stickers. And why can't you just make that all for me, that I don't have to do anything? Why are you telling me to do it when you have the power? I don't think I can do that. I don't know. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, bro? So what stickers should I get? Do you still have those stickers from before? Because if you don't, they might be on my computer. And what I'm going to plug in my computer, how do I do that? That would be a process. What's a real thing to say? All right, let's get some ones in the chat. I need, how many viewers we got? I need 10. I'll tell the story of here's why I hate Charlie Kirk. And it's going to get real responsible in here because I got to tell this story. So I need 10 ones in the chat. 10 unique user ones. Different people. 10 people. All right, one. Okay, 2. That's 2. Okay. Okay. Guess just 2 people. Only 2. Let's get 2. Oh, that 3. That's the same. That's the same guy. That's the same guy. These are 3 guys. I'm telling the story of here's why I hate Charlie Kirk. I might have to make this a next stream kind of project if we don't get. We got 1, so that's 4 guys. Do we have 10 people? I just was chatting with another chatter. They should have 5 by now. All right, guys. Guess we're not doing it. I guess we only have 4 people in the chat when we have 50 viewers. All right, there's 1. Oh wait, that's this guy. That's this guy. All right, that's 5. 5, okay. Oh, there's 1. 6. Okay, 6. I think that's the same guy. That's the same guy. He's cheating. There's 7. 7. Oh, there's 8. Okay. 9. 9. Is this DBZ? No. What the flip? What that mean? I'm telling a story, but I am new. 1. Oh.
Inhibit just subscribed on Kick.
All right, I'll count that. The sub makes it count as 10. With the sub, it's 10. Okay. Okay, this is real stuff. Can I reveal this? I'm gonna sound insane. Should I reveal the insane part? Okay. Do I reveal that insane part? That's gonna sound insane. Nobody's gonna know what I'm talking about. Chat. Yes, I'm getting some yeses. I don't want to, but I shouldn't. Should I or should not I? Should I or shouldn't I? Well, it kind of motivates the whole thing. Is the thing. Like this has been something that's motivated like every decision I made until December of 2021. This is like why I did a lot of the things that I did until I got it. But so the beginning of the story, when I was telling you like God revealed himself and that stuff to me, do I tell this part? Flip. No, I can't tell this part. Okay, so what basically is, how about this? I really wanted to meet the president. Okay, I just really wanted to meet the president. And then what happened was Charlie Kirk came to my school. And I knew that Charlie Kirk was... I thought you did? I did. I'm telling you what happened. I knew that Charlie Kirk was coming to the school, and I knew that Charlie Kirk had met the president. And I wanted to meet the president. So when it was question time, I went up there during question time, and I said, Charlie Kirk, you've met the president? I'm going to meet the president. How do I meet the president? And Charlie Kirk says to me, he gave a real answer and everything, but then he said, if there's anything I can do to help you, I will. God bless you, man. He said that. That's his word, and his word is not good for anything at this point. Charlie Kirk is a liar. Charlie Kirk is a liar, okay? And I'm just going to say it a million times. You freaking do what you said you were going to do, or you're fake. You're fake, and you owe me one, Charlie Kirk. Okay? That's real. I think you have 11 subs. Not sure the exact count. Let's make it 12. So during this big, huge campus event, Charlie Kirk says that. So we have that. That's on video. I can show you where that is. He says that to me, right? And I'm like, okay, good. We're gonna do it. This is awesome. So then, later on, Charlie Kirk has the Teen Student Action Summit in 2019, July, Washington, D.C. So it's mostly high school, some college, but it's a Turning Point USA event where Donald Trump is speaking. And I saw that come up on Facebook, and I said, okay, there it is. Charlie Kirk owns this event. Donald Trump will be there. He said if there's anything he can do to help me, he will. And so I signed up. I got in, flew there. It was like $700. And I thought this will be it. This is kind of a comic book villain kind of story here right now, isn't it? So I'm just kind of standing around in the lobby, right, whatever, just hanging out, and then I see him, right? He's a big, tall guy. He walks by. I say, Charlie, hey. All right, here, it's kind of psycho, but like I wanted to get this done. I printed out a piece of paper. I said, hey, I'm Jared, and like Charlie Kirk said, if there's anything he could do to help me meet the president, he will. Here's a link to a video of him saying it, and here's my phone number, right? And I had like 10 of these pieces of paper, a bunch of them. It was a little crazy, but I knew what I'm trying to do, right? I'm just trying to shake the guy's hand and say hello. That's all I wanted. So Charlie Kirk, so Charlie walks by in the lobby. Hey, Charlie, hey, remember you said if there's anything I can do to help you meet the president, I will. And I hand him a piece of paper, and he's like, hey, doors open at 7. Get in line early. I'm like, no, but like you said you would help me out. And he's like, dude, there's 10,000 people here, and they all want to meet Donald Trump. And I'm like, dang, bro. And then he just walks off. What the flip? And I'll tell you, that thing about his gums are freaking, that's real. His teeth are startling up close and in person. It freaked me out. I was scared. Really. I know that's funny, but it's like, no, but really though. Back that time, yeah. And then he just walks off, and I'm like, huh, man, that's weird. That sucks. And that's the story, okay? And so then Donald Trump speaks, and during the speech, Donald Trump is talking, and he's talking about his poll numbers. He says, with everything that's been going on, could you imagine my poll numbers if we just had a fair media? And I shouted out 100%. Donald Trump, he's like, he said 100%. That's funny. Who said that? Stand up. And I stood up. And Donald Trump said, that's very funny. Thank you. And I like your long hair, by the way. And I stood up a little too long. The Secret Service, they were looking at me, but I thought maybe this is it. Maybe he's going to call me up on the stage. And then he didn't, so I sat down. But man, dude, Charlie, you owe me, dude. He owes me this. Why can't he just do it? He's the man. He can do it. And he should have done it at that freaking thing, because I was in that line, I asked that question, and he said that. He said, if there's anything I can do to help you, I will. God bless you, man. It invokes the name of God and lied about it. Like, what the flip, man? Why couldn't he just, hey, okay, Jared, okay, I'm gonna have you come here and go this way, and I'm gonna give you this pass, and you're gonna talk to this person, but don't tell anyone or it's not gonna happen. Why couldn't he just do that? He could have just did that. He could do that. He can do that. He is the man. He has all these links. He has this power. How are you gonna go back on your word? He did that to me, okay? Charlie Kirk is a liar. He's a loser and a liar and a cuck forever, right? And so when I saw the Nick Fuentes Groiper Roar thing like that was awesome, because I hate this guy. He owes me one, dude. Am I gonna get it that way? Maybe not, but maybe. We'll see. But you are entitled to access to celebrities straight up. What the flip? Well, he did give him his word. He said, if there's anything I can do to help you, I will. And it's like, okay, how about this event that you own, that Donald Trump is speaking at, and they already had, they had students picked out that went up and got to shake his hand. So how come I'm not picked out when he said he would and he didn't? He's a liar. You can't believe anything this guy says. What else we got? I need 80 viewers on a live. What else I got? I'm running out of stories. But I got another one. I'm running out of stories, but I got another one, and this one's a big one. Okay? This one is a big one. I don't know if anybody's gonna believe this. I don't know. I just gotta keep telling stories. I just gotta keep telling stories. If I just keep telling stories and just be real and more real and just be clear and concise and explain what I'm talking about, then people will kind of... How many viewers we got? If it goes below 75, you need to hit me with a phone call, because I need to get off. If it's 77, 83. I'm getting mixed answers here. Are you just lying so I keep the stream going longer? Are you doing that? 76. Ooh. No, let's get it up. 76 is not gonna make my number go up quick enough. 83. Alright, I'm gotten 2 for 83. Well, sometimes Kick shows different numbers for people. Okay. It's at 83. Well, let's get it to 93. Let's get it to 109. I still need to take a shower, bro. Flip. I'm gonna shower. What? Go to bed? Shower and go to bed? It's weird. Okay, well, when I was in the mental hospital, and I don't even remember the whole entire context of it, but there was this girl, her name was Kiana, and she was black, and it's, like, we're talking 10 years ago at this point. But anyways, I had this shirt with the American flag, and like there was some kind of situation, I don't remember what it was. I was trying to give her that shirt, and then the staff said, oh, you can't just give her that shirt. You can't do that. That's not allowed, right? So Kiana says, throw it on the ground. So I throw it on the ground, and she picks it up. And then she says, you'll get this back when you know what it means. And she takes it, right? And it wasn't like she stole it from me or nothing like that. It was like I was giving it to her. It was a gift, or there was some kind of point being made or something. I don't remember, but so she takes it. She keeps it, right? Okay. Then I get out of the mental hospital, and my parents tell me I'm not allowed to smoke weed. I cannot live in this house if I smoke weed, right? Everything. Okay? And I'm having like this big argument. It's this big problem. It kind of sucks, you know? And then, but keep in mind, I'm still going on and on about my Jesus Christ and God stuff. And I'm talking about Donald Trump and all this crazy stuff. and my family's just like getting mad, and my dad was getting mad, right? And it was really gay, and like I just wanted to smoke weed. So, and I just had like a couple little specks of weed left, and I had like a pipe. So I scraped that pipe, and I put the little bits of leaves, and I went in the shed and I smoked, even though he told me I couldn't or I'm gonna get kicked out. But I smoked that weed, and then I just felt good, and then I went downstairs, and I was like apologizing. I was like, hey, like I'm sorry, I'm tripping, like I'm sorry. And then like my family hugs me, and well, my dad hugs me, and then like everything's really nice and everything. It was like so sweet. It was such a sweet moment, even though like I did what he said not to do. And it was just like amazing. And then what happens is I go upstairs to my room to get like get ready, get dressed, and I open my drawer, and right there inside the drawer, it's that perfectly folded, it's the American flag shirt, like perfectly folded up, and it's in there. And like that's a miracle that's in my life. Like that really happened. It was crazy. Like that's real though, because I know that I threw it on the ground and she took it. I never got it back, but then when I smoked the weed, I got it back. So now the question is, okay, what does that flag mean? It means freedom. And I got the flag back. So is that what it means or what? I don't know. But yeah, it does. Yeah. So that's a good story. What other stories I got? So I only told that story once, but that's real. Woozuh, are you still smoking weed? No. No, I haven't smoked weed since I joined the church. When I joined the church, like up until 1 week before I was baptized, I was smoking weed. Let's see. Oh. 1 week before I was baptized, I was smoking weed. I was having sex with that girl. But then I decided to do this, and they said, it's not even like, it's like I knew that I was going to do it, so I gave it up so I could do it. Woozuh is back. Yo, yeah, I'm back. Prove it. We have to save Nate IRL and get him off weed. Man, he's made his decision at this point. That's not up to us. Call Lulz. You mean to call Lulz right now? Or what? Is he live? Look, Nate's been smoking weed for what? Like, it's like, hey, man, I was just gone for 2 years and you're saying the same exact thing as you were before. What do you want me to do about it now? Okay? If he wants to quit, he can quit. Weed is not something that you're gonna kill someone or be a psycho or stab people if you try to get off. It's not something that's addictive. It's not something that you need in your life. And at any time, he can throw away the things he has, or he can give them to a friend or whatever. He can just get rid of all that stuff and say, I'm done smoking weed. All right? So the problem is, he needs something greater to motivate him. Maybe he needs to get baptized. But there's not a reason for him to do that. He's got a habit, and he enjoys doing what he does. And that's like, I just explained the whole situation to you. At no point is any of this smack talking or anything like that. I'm not saying anything nasty. I'm just saying here's how things are. He's addicted to the high. You're not addicted. There's no addiction. If you want to give it up, you can give it up. That's the easiest thing to give up. I did it. You know, I was doing it every day, and I was doing dabs. Okay, I was doing dabs dabs, if you don't know what dabs are, that's consecrated, that's the wrong word, concentrated THC oil. So they get the bud flower and just take all of it, oil, only the oil. And so you're smoking something that's like 90% THC, which weed is going to be like 20% THC. So if you're just hitting something that's pure THC, that's going to mess you up. That freaking stuff freaked me out, man. That stuff freaked me out. I thought I was going to go to the bathroom in my pants, and it was just the weirdest weird stuff. Like, that's too much. But you could get dabs for $9 a gram at any weed store. No, there was just one. It was called Bloom. At Bloom in Tacoma, Washington on Pacific Avenue, you could get dab for $9 a gram. And then I had this pen that you put the oil on the coil, and you could just be smoking dab in the grocery store. Like, okay, my mom's at one end of the aisle, I'm at the other end of the aisle, and I'm lighting up this pen. I'd take a big puff, and she comes back and it's like she doesn't smell nothing. Nick Raid, yo, what up, Nick? I freak out from edibles. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna freaking go to the bathroom in my pants every time that I would do those stuff. And that stuff just really started to freak me out. So then when it was time to get baptized, I was like, you know what, this stuff, I'm good. Like, I don't need it. I know I don't need it, and I want to get baptized, so what's the problem? Nothing. Yo, shout out to Nick for the raid. Thank you so much. Wait, wouldn't I have gotten a donut, like a notification if that was real? I think he's faking. Oh, Nick Fuentes ended his stream. That's what he's talking about. What's up, guys? And so, dab, where was I going with that? Was there a story to that? Was I telling a story? Dab, $9 a gram at Bloom, Tacoma, Washington, Pacific Avenue. Weed stores are so popping in Tacoma, it's crazy. There's one on every corner. And then we would go to Seattle, because I did knocking doors for a company trying to generate leads. So they would take us to Seattle to knock doors, and we would just light up a blunt on a regular street corner. And one guy was like, dude, put that away, like, put that, like, be low key. He's like, hey, it's Seattle, who cares? You know? But that, like you don't need that. That's the thing. I don't know. Weed. Where do I stand on weed? Look, it's bad. Don't do it. Okay? But how can I make that persuasive and real? How can I make that persuasive and real? Weed. What is the down bad side of marijuana use? Let's see. Why should you not smoke weed? You are making me want to smoke. Weed lowers T and makes you fat. I'm on weed right now, past the booth. Yeah, honestly. I don't have an argument that's gonna convince an atheist. So if you're an atheist, tune out, because you suck and you masturbate and you're gay. But let's see. The reason you shouldn't smoke weed is because it interferes with the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit can't communicate with you when your mind is on other substances, because the substance is going to be the thing communicating with you. Why should someone not smoke weed? It's bad for your lungs also. That's a good argument. Weed is very bad for your lungs. It's carcinogenic. It causes cancer. You're burning something and inhaling it. That's bad for you. Especially if you're smoking. When I finally decided I'm going to get baptized, I quit weed. It was 2 or 3 days when, you know, I could take a big full breath. I could take a big full breath and it feels good. And I can like run. And it's amazing. Just like, and that's after like 3 days. I'll say this. So on my mission, there was this guy that was getting baptized. Well, it was him and his little son. So the little son was like like 9 or 10 or whatever, but he was excited. And then the dad wanted to get baptized too, and they were like, oh, but he smokes weed and he's worried about if he's gonna quit, and like, is he gonna make it? Because there's a threshold. You have to be 2 weeks clean before you can get baptized, and then you have to be clean for the rest of your life after that. But you got to be 2 weeks clean. And so I went to this house on an exchange, and I was able to testify about, like, hey man, because he was worried about, okay, so I need the 14 days, so if I quit on Saturday, then I'll still make it, or I'll do this or whatever. And I was just like, when you decide that this is what you want to do, then that's something that's easy to do, because I did that, and it wasn't a hard decision for me to make, that I wanted to give that up, because I knew I wanted to be baptized. And we want you to get baptized with your son. And he said, all right, I'll get rid of it right now. And he did, and he got baptized. And the other thing I said to him was, just like when you give it up, now you're able to take a full breath, like in 2 or 3 days. And I even asked him, like, are you in pain, or like, are you taking it because you're in pain? And he's like, no, it just takes the edge off. Lowe's is going to jail for weed and calls me a pothead. Okay, buddy. Man, all right, put the teeth away, all right? What's going on here? We're just trolling, and you gotta bring up that my bud's going to jail. He's not going to jail, okay? They're not throwing the book at him. What, they're throwing the book? They're gonna make an example out of someone? Whatever. I don't know. They're not throwing the book at him, come on. But, hey, who's got weed? No weed, okay? I can't be part of this. It didn't feel good to breathe. If it got that bad, I don't know how much you can rehabilitate your lungs. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I could notice that after 2 or 3 days of stopping smoking weed, I could take a full breath. That's all I'm saying. I got loads of weed. Throw it in the trash. Weed is bad for you. I've been clean for almost a year now. Good. He should have called it Delta 8 instead of THCA. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. That sucks. Alright, let's see what other stories I got. What other stories I got? What other stories I got, chat? Flipping thing. How many viewers I got? Tell us about Paul Town. Paul Town. He's gone. He's gone. I heard nobody's heard from him in months. Where'd he go? He went somewhere? I heard he's scaling fishes in Alaska. Paul Town. I don't know what I did. He never told me. He flaked out? Where'd he went? He might be killing someone. No, he's not. He burnt down the barn. What was that about? Did he explain that? I think he explained it once, and I just forgot what his explanation was. Did he say what that was? He burnt a barn. That's cool. You lived with him? I know. He's awesome. He's a cool guy. He's so funny and smart, and like, that's a rare thing for someone to be funny and smart. Like, most people are not funny and most people are not smart. So to be both of them, that's a really good guy. Most people, if you're a funny guy and you're funny around other people that are not funny, they won't say funny things. They'll just repeat funny things that you said. And then it just gets annoying, and it makes you not want to say funny things around this person. So to be around Paul Town, and he's always just so funny. Yeah, he's cool. He's a cool guy. I don't know what happened at the end there. If he was actually mad or if he was trolling. It's kind of been, 2.5 years now at this point. So I guess if it was a game, like, okay, I give up, you win. But if it's not, then I'm sorry. That's that's hey, I'm sorry, Paul Town. I'm sorry. Okay. But if it was a game, if it was a game, okay, I give up. You win, man. Good, good, good. Whatever. I don't know what happened. I went to Japan, and then after the Japan trip, he just never talked to me ever. The only thing I got was a text message like, "Here's the rent." He would only hit me up to pay the rent, and he blocked me on Twitter while we were living together. He sent a tweet that he will no longer talk to me, only to get the rent and about like house stuff, and then blocked me on Twitter, and then never talked to me. And he stayed in that basement, never came up out of the basement ever. I don't know how they did that, but they used the back side of the house and went up that way to get out and get in. There was something, I don't know. Paul Town said he smoked weed. I didn't. What? Holy Yap Sesh, we get it, little bro. No rent money. Hey, look, I'm hitting that goal, man. I'm getting that. What that thing is, that hourly. How many viewers we at? Chat, how many viewers are at? How many viewers we're at? Did Woozuh get 10 subs? 82. Okay, good. As long as it's bigger than 75, we can keep the stream going. No, I'm not shouting that guy out. Okay. Yeah, so so then after Japan, and I don't know what it was. I think maybe like one thing I asked him to do was water my basil plant, and so when I got back from Japan, I said, "Thank you for doing this. I knew I could trust you." I don't know if he was offended by that, or I did ask him also to feed my cat. Was he mad that I asked him to do that? Like, if you didn't want to do that, you could have just said no. But I don't think that was what it was. Like, the thing with the dishes was a whole feud, and but I was just trolling him. Like, I was pissed, but I wasn't that pissed. It wasn't that big of a deal. Like, does it come back down to the dishes? Oscar, yeah, Oscar. How's Oscar? I gotta see him. I haven't seen him in 2 years. Jaden was talking about you today. Oh my gosh, whatever, dude. Whatever. Stop putting bad news in my chat. What? Okay, what, dude? Get that out of here. How are you a mod in this chat and you're spreading bad news? I have a screenshot of Paul Town telling you to do the dishes in Cozy Chat. I wasn't trolling with the dishes. What we did was we said, okay, we're going to divide it up by week. So whoever week it is to do the dishes, it's your week. We're not going to get into it. That's a whole long, boring, stupid thing from 2 years ago, 2.5 years. 591 followers. Hey, if you're not followed, drop a follow. We're going to hit 600 on Kick. Not even worth logging him. So I don't know if he was just like holding residual beef over the dishes or what. Cause what happened is, okay, now I was having a party at the house, and I needed those dishes to be clean, so I cleaned them. That was it. I cleaned those dishes. And then it was like an argument about I can't use his speaker or something like that. And then he said, like, if you don't do this or you don't do that, then you can't use my speaker for your party. And I was like, oh shoot. And then he didn't like the toenail present. I was just trolling, okay? It was just a troll. That was just a troll. And I still have that video on my phone of him like in my doorway and telling me not to do that. And I was like, okay, I understand. Like, boundary has been established, and I respect you, and there's no problem. I don't think it was about that, because I don't know what it was about, but whatever it was about, Paul Town, I'm sorry, okay? Paul Town, I'm sorry. Was this before or after the Smiley situation? Before? before. I don't remember. It was before. Yo, what was a better roommate? His toenails on bed. Why you gotta make comparisons? Why you gotta make comparisons? Nate IRL, you're dragging me down to hell with the comments you're posting in my live chat, and I call you out. Now you're saying this person's better than this person. That is contentious, and it is of the devil, and it is not welcome in the Woozuh chat. Nate, you need to stop smoking pot. It's making you paranoid. Yeah, I agree. I gotta clean this room, man. Nate isn't a groiper anymore, unfortunately. Okay, whatever. What is all this gay stuff in the chat? Who cares? Can we stop? You're bumming me out, man. You're bumming me out. I told this whole cool story so I could feel good, and now people come in with some junk that's retarded and I don't even care about. There is a hierarchy on, and Christ is on top. Luz, cut the glam rock hair. Yeah, it did. Cut it off. Might rebrand, might leave it like that. It looks cool, who cares? Do you like not having long hair anymore? Whatever. It's a decision that had to be made, and now I have regular hair. So, what's good? You know, here's what I look like. What's the question? If I like having long hair. Tintin, I've gotten that one too, and it was also from an English bloke. Maybe a more medium style. Yeah, I'm thinking more. I was thinking doing the number one all the way around, but then I looked at it and I was like, man, that's bald, bald, bald. I can't do that. That's too much. But this one's cool, short enough. Bone Clinks 2014. We're talking about haircuts now. Good. Haircuts are good. Would I go back with long hair? It's nah, because long hair has to be maintained, has to be combed, has to be brushed. I was spending $60 a month on conditioner. Yo.
Geralta Joy percent $5. Boneless Tony keeps timing me out. I demand justice, Woozuh. I demand it now.
Hey, Boneless Tony, stop timing him out. I didn't use shampoo. Should I be real with people or not? Shampoo's fake. Don't use shampoo. Shampoo is dish chemicals. This is free speech chat, except for bad news and bad words. Yeah, don't post freaking bad news and don't post bad words. I've been 2 years out on a mission to preaching the gospel, good news. That's all I want to be. And how are you going to come in my live chat with dumb stuff that I don't care about, for real? Will you I don't even know how I'm gonna do it. How am I gonna do it? How am I gonna make friends? How do I make friends? I don't know, I'm stuck. How am I gonna be stuck? Geralt is bad news. Okay, well if he's bad news, then get him out of here. But but hey, don't get him out of here. Oh, he's lying about me? Oh, hey, don't time him out. That's my friend. How many viewers we at? If it goes below 75, I gotta turn it off. $88, $89. Let's get it to 100. Okay, 88 viewers. Good. Yo, someone in the cozy chat. Wonder if he's watching the replay. You look like the bully from Toy Story. Time that guy out 1 hour. I look like Brad Pitt in Ocean's 11. You dummy. Get out of my face. Alright, we need stuff to talk about. What else? What other stories I got? I met Donald Trump. I went to Japan. Went on a mission. Stuff is gonna suck after this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this right now. Everything has to be in the moment. I know I keep saying it. And nobody knows what I'm saying. everything has to be in the moment, because everything that's outside of the moment freaks me out and makes me feel bad. So I just gotta stay in the moment and live moment by moment. Moment by moment. How do I explain what I'm trying to say? Like, the news sucks, media sucks, movies suck. You're dragging me down. I need a new thing to talk about. You get me in this loophole, and then I just start saying everything sucks, and I know that's not content. What, we're just gonna listen to Woozuh talk about how much everything is stupid? It's like, I just got back, okay? Here's my real life reaction. I just got off a plane on Tuesday, and everything is freaking stupid. Everything. What the flip? Talk about Jimbo. Jimbo's good. Jimbo is a good person. He's nice. I like him, and he's my friend. And he hosted me earlier with 400 viewers. So now I'm gonna hit my hourly. I can tell you, how about this? Okay, as a missionary, most people will tell you that they're not interested and not talk to you, because they see you, they see the costume, the black tag, the t-shirt, the white shirt, and the tie, and they know who these are. These are the Jesus people. They're trying to convert me and teach me about religion. Most people will tell you they're not interested. But then sometimes you have people that are interested, but they were on drugs. They're on drugs, okay? Drugs are the worst. Don't ever do drugs, because someone could do drugs and then 10 years later, haven't touched drugs all this time, their mind is still messed up. It permanently messes up your brain. It's crazy, because I had the opportunity to like teach these people and visit with them. If you do drugs, you cannot keep an appointment. You will never be on time for anything ever again for the rest of your life. Phoenix is #1 for fent. There it goes. If you do drugs, you will not ever be on time for anything ever again. There was this one lady we met with. She was on drugs, but I guess she was sober. Could not be less than half an hour late to anything, ever. And they're always in pain. Their minds are all messed up. Their teeth fall out. If you do drugs, you never will make a good decision ever again the rest of your life. And so that's one goal I want to have. If I could have the power to do anything, I would want to be a crack healer instead of crack dealer. Crack healer. So I would just like touch the person that's on drugs or used to be on drugs, and then it just like heals their brain and their eyes and their teeth. Because there's no way out of that. There's no way out of that. If you quit the drugs, you still have your mind messed up. You still have your decisions messed up. It's crazy. You can't get rid of it. It's like a permanent thing. And that's like hard to deal with. And that's something I saw a lot. I saw that a lot. And, but you know, and you meet a lot of people like that, and they're excited. They're like, yeah, I want to change my life. Yeah, I want to get baptized. I want to do this. But they can't, they don't make it to church. They can never be on time to church or at church. They don't ever do the things we ask them to do. They don't read their scriptures. They don't say their prayers. And it's like they're not teachable, basically. And then some, you know, and sometimes, do I get too real? you can only save them by intervention. You have to tie them, change them to a radiator. One lady said she would go to the gas station and get them Pebble Ice and just chew on them Pebble Ice, and that's how she got off crack. All drug addicts should be rounded up and locked up for 1 year. I don't know about that. On a policy thing, I feel like there should be something in between jail and like a hotel that people on drugs can just live in. So like, hey, they live there, they can't do drugs, they're sober, but also they can't just leave. They have to live there. And just put them all in one place. But it's nice. But how do you do that? Because you know there's going to be drama, and you know they're going to accumulate stuff and be messy, and their whole house is going to be a mess. It's going to be dirty. How do you do that? How do you do that? How do you do that? But from a policy thing, I feel like we just need to cook on how would we do that. It's called a crack house. You have to Woozuh. That's what the Chinese did during the century of humiliation, did they? I don't know about that. I'd have to learn more about that, because when I started seeing this stuff, I was thinking about, like, did Jesus because crack wasn't around during Jesus, so were there people on drugs that Jesus met, or what did they have? Gotta cut off the cartel to flooding in the drugs. I agree, yeah. Whatever you can do to keep them out, but then also I don't know. If someone's going to do that stuff, it's like they're never going to make a good decision again. And you kind of start to feel bad and wonder what the story is. This one lady we were teaching, she told us that when she was 12 or when she was 15, her mom was a drug addict, doing meth or crack, one of these. And her logic was, I'm going to let you do it in the house because I don't want you getting it from the street where you're going to be in danger. You do it here where it's safe. And so the mom let her do drugs when she was very young and got her addicted, which is just like an awful thing. But I feel like sometimes people get into that stuff, like maybe they're at a party and this looks like something that would be fun, and then they do it and now they're hooked. And that's a sad thing. But at the same time, like, hey, you go to high school.
Anonymous just gifted 10 subscriptions on
Whoa,
Kick.
Thank you, bro. That's awesome. That's dope. Yo, shout out Anonymous. Thank you so much. That's dope. Yo.
Seaman Soup just subscribed on Kick.
Thank you, Seaman Soup. Seaman Soup. Seaman Soup. What up? Alright, how many unique ones we're at? How many unique ones? How many viewers? There was opium in Jesus' time. I'm going for a bike ride. Be right back. Alright, bro. See you later. What soup? Seaman soup. 91 viewer. We're just gonna keep it going all night then. We'll keep it going until about, what time should we keep it going till? Do I gotta go to bed at all? What do I need? What do I have going on? I just get really worried about stuff. And I'm trying to turn that off, but like I don't know. I don't know how to explain. Like, it's been getting better, but it's still there, and I'm just having a real hard time right now, and I'm not okay. Can I say that? I am not okay. And it's tough. It's real tough. Getting back has been tougher than being out there the whole time. Forever. Yeah. Getting back is way harder than the mission. Because you get back and everything sucks and it's lame and it's gay and you don't want to do anything and all your stuff is junk and your car is full of trash and... Alright, you gotta keep me out of this loophole. What was I talking about before? Drugs? You gotta get me out of this loophole. Don't let me start talking about how much everything sucks, because that just makes it worse. What I'm trying to say is, I went to sleep and I got like 4 hours of sleep, So I went to bed at like 11, woke up at like 3:30, and then I just started freaking out, started worrying about stuff. And then I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm up at 3:30 today. So I took a shower, I read some scriptures, I went to the temple, and came back, and it was 9 o'clock. So, and I still was freaking out after all that. So how do and I don't think anybody even knows what I'm talking about or what I'm going through, but I don't know. I'm trying to, like, I know things work out, and I know things get where they need to go. I just want them to get there right now. That's what my problem is. I want things to work out and be where they need to go right now, and that's not the plan. Don't be of the devil like Judah. Stay strong on the path of Christ. I'm on the path. Thank you. I'm not paying attention. Good things come to those who wait. It's not about if you're going to wait. It's about like, hey, let's just stay in this moment right where we are and stop trying to be in the future when we know that the future doesn't come until after this moment. So let's stay in this moment. And when we get there, we'll be there, and it'll be perfect. You need to get out of that cell. I'm not in the cell, what y'all meant. I'm in a bedroom at the grandma house, for real. I think you can do good streaming and get the hourly. Thank you. Thank you. Finally, something nice from Nate IRL in the live chat. Good. Good things come to those who buy Bitcoin. Very true. Let's see. Hourly. Okay, to get the hourly, I need to have 75 average viewers and 30 hours of streaming. So how about we just do it right now? Like, what? Who dares me? What are the other requirements? I just need subs. Hey, can I get 25 people to put in 25 credit card numbers? And let's just keep this stream going for 30 hours. And then I'll apply for it right now and start making hourly. But if I'm making hourly, I gotta make good content. And I'm just trying to figure that out. Like, where do people go to make friends? Where do people go? Like, if my purpose is to make friends, where do I go? You know, Robert Putnam writes about this in a book called Bowling Alone. But there's a thing called the decline of social capital. So it's called Bowling Alone because over the years with the invention of television and other things like that, less and less people are involved in clubs. So hence the title Bowling Alone, is less people were going to bowling clubs. And so how does the decline of social capital impact society? And that's a book I've never read, by the way. That's a book that I'm just telling you what happens in the book. Is it Chris Putnam or Rob Putnam? I think it's Chris, actually. Wills doesn't make content and he's making decent money. Can we not, with the hater comments? You don't even have to try. Yeah, but you don't even have to be a hater. There's like a way you can say that. What you could say that, like, a lot of what Lowe's does is desktop streaming, hanging out, or what? You're saying he does not make content? That's so mean. Get that out of my chat. You're from the devil. The only way to make friends if you stay at your childhood home, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the park, but then like the park or whatever, people are nice. I don't know. I feel like it's easier. Like in Japan, it was easy because it's like I'm in another country. I can just be friends with everybody. Here, it's like tricky because you know the culture. And you know that what you're doing is stepping over the lines, and you're kind of stepping out of people's comfort zones and that kind of thing. But if you just go to Japan, it's like, okay, I have this monopoly money. I'm on another planet, and I just don't give a darn. And who knows what the rules are? And you just do whatever you want, and people are friendly, and it's cool. It's just nice. It's awesome. I love Japan. Do you want God to strike you down so you can start your new life as God? Do you rush things too much? Do you want God to strike you down? So what? What does he mean? Strike me down? You know, one idea I had on my mission was like I was gonna wear a DNR bracelet all the time. Not during my mission. I said like for after my mission, I will wear a DNR Do Not Resuscitate bracelet, and that would be like some cool brand thing that I would do. But it's another one of those things that now I think about it, it's like, man, that wouldn't be cool. That'd be dumb. Got back to Japan for a trip with Tenryo. What is he saying? Don't go back to Japan. What's good, y'all? I'm gonna stay in the grandma house and then get a house. How many viewers we at? I need more chatter. 78. Ooh, getting close. Getting close. If it gets back to 75, we gotta turn it off because that'll make my thing go down and it'll be stupid and I won't make money. Once I hit that hourly, dude, things are gonna be good. I'll just be a good hourly dude. Do my stuff and then I'll just start getting clipped. Once I'm clipped, I'm viral. Once I'm clipped, I'm viral. I just say the right stuff, right time, say whatever I want, just be me. Clipped, viral, gone. Get me clipped. This isn't IRL. Okay, I know I'm in the room right now. What gives? Here I am. It's not IRL. What's my category? The kick people gotta do that. I don't know how to do that. Change category. What category you want? I love the Woozuh show. Thank you. This is desktop. Yeah, it is. I put it to IRL earlier today. Oh, can you change it back? People are complaining. My bad, bro. Sorry about that. We're gonna when you're with Nano. Oh, okay. Yeah. Can you put it back? Sorry about that. You can get in a fight with an N-word again. That will get you a clip when he beats your face in. Yeah, you could, but it's got to be stuff that's brand friendly for Kick. If it's not brand friendly with Kick, then it won't fly. The Kick doesn't want fights. Kick does not want fights. So it would actually be bad for my money to do that, because then I'll get banned and then I won't get the hourly. Well, I'm running out of stuff right now. I'm just running out of steam. I'm a real sleepy guy. It's good. It's good because I started this, I wasn't sleepy, but now I'm sleepy. Maybe I'll be able to sleep. That's what I was trying to say earlier. It's like, it's hard to sleep right now because I just worry. And how do I make that go away? I'm trying to keep that out. 8 minutes till 4 hours. You want to keep it for 4 hours? What else we got? Don't ever do drugs. Do more IRL tomorrow. Go to sleep right now. Where do I do IRL in Utah? I don't know. There's got to be something cool for me to go to. Saturday. This was a hard thing. Even when I was living in Ogden, trying to find stuff that I could go to on a live stream, because I was like typing stuff in, like what can I stream? And it was all just like stuff that was too far away or stuff that was stupid. Stream the art show. I don't know. Do you drink alcohol? No. You went to Hogwarts? No. 88? Let's go. 88 is gonna bump up my viewer average. I just need to get my average to 75. Once it's at 75 with the average, then I can apply for that thing, get the hourly. Gotta do some stuff. I gotta do some brand. I gotta write my own brand and do some stuff, because they're gonna see my channel and be like, okay, who are you? Who are you? You're this guy, you served a mission, and you just complain about stuff that sucks. Why do we need that on Kick? No, I gotta start doing actual stuff. Alright, you're the streamer, you go to these places, you hang out, and you're talking to people. I just don't want to talk to people. I don't want to talk to people. Like, I want to talk to people that are friendly and that they're friends. So where can I find those people? Where can I just walk around in Utah that people will come up to me and want to be on it? I have one idea. I have one idea, but that would be a 2-hour drive in my car. I'm not going to complain, but that's all stuff for later to worry about. They changed it. It's only 50 average you need. That's wrong. I have the thing pulled up. It's got the trophies. The trophies are right there. It tells you what it is. But I really did that. I put everything. Who was I talking to? Someone said it was a lot of faith. I think it was Alti in the chat. It was a lot of faith to put my car in 2 years and go and do that. But for me, it was like, I knew that my rent is taken care of, my food will be taken care of, everything's taken care of. It's like I'm putting stuff away for 2 years, and that stuff doesn't matter. Who cares? Whatever. Now I'm getting back, and it's like, man, I really did that. And that's something I really did. Everything. Car, 2 years. Parked. Some lady's house. Wear I Love MAGA and Trump shirt while going on hikes. Ooh. That's a good idea. Go on hikes. Hey, I like your hat. Yo, thanks. You want to be on stream? And then start hiking with that person. Boom. Friend made. Just wear MAGA hats all the time until someone's your friend. Nah. Well, maybe, but nah. Maybe go to the park in the MAGA hat. Maybe walk around the neighborhood in the MAGA hat. There's something there. There's something there. Might attract like-minded people. Yeah, friendly, like-minded. There's something there. We're cooking on that one. I like that idea. It will attract liberals to yell at you. That literally has only happened once in my life. Or twice. And they don't even yell. They just make some snarky remark and keep walking. They make some snarky, gay little remark and keep walking. They don't get in your face and press you and yell at you. Someone in Washington, D.C. was like, your hat's racist, and then kept walking. I didn't even get a turn and look who it was. I was like, oh, whatever. I wore it all the time. I wore it all the time. All the time. In college, I wore that MAGA hat. I wore that MAGA hat all the time in college. Wear a liberal hat in a red area and make Frank Hassel type content. Isn't that more like Nelk? They're putting the Kamala sign. We just put this Kamala sign in your yard, and they're like, take the hat off. What we're gonna do stuff to invite contention. Now we're thinking the wrong direction. I wanna do stuff that invites people to come up. I was thinking about just going to a college and holding up a sign like, who wants to be my friend? And just walk around with the stream so people know what it is. And then just like start conversations with people and just walk around and stuff like that. And then like see if I can make some friends. Like that. And just like, hey, talk to this person. And then be like, all right, do you have a car? Let's plan out what's some stuff we could do. Could we hang out? And then just like hang out with people. And then now I'm in their living room. We're chatting. We're hanging out. Someone new comes in. I'm meeting new people. I'm making lots of friends. That's IRL. If I could do something like that, do a Change My Mind booth, that's been done 1 million billion times. And it's kind of overplayed at this point. It's been overplayed for 5 years. What, he's got the coffee cup He's got the coffee cup. Stomp some rats in New York. 99% of streamers, and especially you, are in no position to decide what a good idea is. What is that? What do you mean by that? Get out of my face, this weird guy. Mug Club. Yeah, who got the mug? He's drinking coffee. Look at him. Get one of those dating apps to find friends. I'm not. I'm real past that. Those things are gay. The dating apps. We're done with those. Thoughts on Steve Franson? He's tough. He's a strong guy. I respect him. He's a man. He's a real man. Steve Franson? Not, hey, okay, how do I say that in a way that I'm joking? I'm not joking. I'm serious. I like him. He's cool. He's a tough guy. He's cool. I like Steve Franson. You should do a street interview. Okay, there we go. Okay. You should do street interviews where you ask girls what their hopes and dreams, and then after they say them, ask what their body count is and if they think they deserve them. I can't do that. I can't do that. I have an idea for it. I don't want to do that either. Flip. There's so much stuff I don't want to do. Grindr is where I find friends. That's crazy. First Amendment check. Say it now. Man, who remembers that? That's lit. What else? We're at 4 hours. I'm gonna end it. Gonna end the stream. Thank you for watching. Thank you for paying the money for the subs. Thank you for being higher than 75 average so I can get my hourly. Shout out to the people that donated, and thank you for listening to my story. That's a good story. This one's gonna hit. This one's gonna be a real hitter with Replay Gang. And thank you for listening to my story. How can I get more people from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints to follow my account? Like, I'm in Utah, so it's a good place to do it, but I feel like my stuff is funny enough that I could kind of get it to circulate. I just need to infiltrate the circles. Alright, can we get this guy out of here? I'm gonna go. Goodbye. Play a song for outro. You play one. $10 super chat. Goodbye. Woozuh.